All right, good morning. Welcome. Thank you all. So we've enjoyed some good networking this morning. We'll get through the pleasantries and welcomes quickly so that we can start on time at 9 a.m. Thank you for being here, for everyone in the room. Thank you for being here if you're on the phone. My name is Cameron Oskvig. I'm the director of the Federal Facilities Council and the director of the Board on Infrastructure and the Constructed Environment at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, which is hosting today. For those that are here in the building, we have free Wi-Fi. If you open your device and find visitor, there is no password required, just accept the conditions, kind of like being in a hotel. There is a lunch that will be served today. It will be served outside of the room. You can either bring that lunch back into the room, or my recommendation would be to go to our third floor and eat in our cafeteria area. It's a large atrium that has some natural light. There's tables where you can sit and have conversations and put your food down. So that is, again, on our third floor. You can go up the stairs, which are right out this door, or take the elevators up to the third floor. There is also a small market and soda machines on the third floor if you want a different beverage than the coffee and water that we have here in the room. The bathrooms are just around the corner to the right. So if you exit the room and go to the right, the bathrooms are just around the corner. For those that aren't aware or don't know what the Federal Facilities Council is, the Federal Facilities Council, excuse me, is an association of federal agencies administered by the National Academies of Sciences, which serves to support technical agenda around the planning, design, management, and disposition of federal facilities. We have a long history of asset management work, of which this workshop today is focused on. The most recent is a report called Strategies to Renew Federal Facilities, which will be briefed today by Jack Dempsey, who is the vice chair on that report. Some of the topic areas that the FFC is going to focus on this year include operations and maintenance strategies for healthy buildings, measuring utilization and underutilized buildings, cybersecurity of operational technology, and historic preservation of federal facilities. So if you're interested in the Federal Facilities Council, we do have, as part of the registration process, there was a way to sign up for notifications about our events, which are usually open to the public. We do have some closed sessions with just feds to provide an opportunity for the federal side to meet in a closed room and discuss issues that they have with management of their facilities. I'm excited about today's agenda. I'm not going to speak to it. I'm just going to turn this over. I hope everybody had an opportunity to see the agenda. And I'm going to turn this over to Jim Dieter, who is the ALN CEO and board chair. Jim Dieter.
Let me say we should start by just giving Cameron a round of applause for enabling us to be here today. And his staff, really excellent. The relationship of the ALN and with the National Academies around asset management and asset leadership has made a big difference, and is a key contributor to all the things we'll be talking about today. Can't stress it enough. When I was working on the U.S. TAG, Technical Advisory Group, when we started to work on ISO 55000 in 2010, we had some great hopes, but we knew that the topic was not well known in many parts of the world. And in 2014, when we published the first version, we thought, if we could just get one mention about asset management in Bloomberg or the Wall Street Journal, so that executives, both on the private and government side, could start to have an idea of what we meant by asset management and the difference that it could make, we thought that would just be fantastic, right? And now I think it's safe to say there's not an executive in this country that doesn't know what asset management is and what we're talking about. So I think there's been an enormous uptake on asset management and many of its principles. Now, is that all in line with ISO 55,000 and the things we had laid out in that document? No, no. It's the principles in that document. I think there's, excuse me, there's been a lot of uptake on, but in terms of people getting certified, there's really not that many that have been certified. But I think that shows us that there's much, much, much work to be done around asset management and improving processes. So that talks to one topic of there's the scope of what organizations are interested in asset management and embracing it. And I think that's a pretty familiar topic to people involved in this. Talked to one of our people here today, said he's done 200 presentations in the last year on asset management. But I'm sure those people are probably just starting to get into gear. I know myself and others have done many similar presentations. But there's another part to the scope that I'd like to just have us think about. And I know today we're focused particularly on federal facilities, but at least my vision and many of the people, the vision of people involved in the development, were a broader scope of assets. I've worked for one government contractor, and I was the government asset management person, and there was an IT asset management person and a capital asset management person. And at one point, each of those areas of the company were looking to buy a software package to do asset management. And when I suggested we might only really need one software package, and that really what we were doing was much the same, people looked at me like I was just made out of cheese. It's like, that's crazy talk. So that broad scope and what matters to the organization. And it's not just assets that are owned, it's not just IT assets, it's not just real property assets, it's the assets in the building, it's perhaps even the assets outside the building. The road outside this facility is an asset to this facility, even though it's not owned or controlled. So there's a lot of broad ways to think about it that organizations are thinking about, but they're not thinking about it under this unified rubric around asset management. So I think there's just a lot of possibility there. I just want to mention briefly the status of ISO 55,000 is there's a required review process, and we've been going through that for the last several years. And in this calendar year, the ISO 55,000 and 55,001 documents in their revised formats will be released. They're both much the same as they were, but there's hopefully what you will consider to be improvements in both of those documents. One thing I want to talk about just quickly is value. The big breakthrough concept of the ISO 55,000 documents was value from assets. It wasn't about what you paid for it, it's about the value it produces for the organization. And if we keep that one thought in mind around asset management, we have the opportunity for really great improvement. One caveat I'd add to that where my thinking is a factor that we have missed around asset management is people. If we're not doing all of these things for people, why are we doing them? Why do we have a metro system in Washington? They have a big asset management department, but are we really thinking about the people, getting the people to work, getting them home, getting them where they need to go? We have facilities, how does that impact the people that are in those facilities, that come to those facilities for special events like we have today? So I think a people focus is something we can develop, and it will help us sell the concept of asset management in more organizations. I could say a lot about the ALN, but I'll just refer you to our website. We've been a really high impact organization. And a lot of that is because of Mike Bordenaro, our organizer for this event, and our executive director, and our prime motivator, among other things. So thank you all for being here on behalf of the ALN. And Mike, tell us about what we're doing today.
Thank you, Jim. And as Jim thanked Cameron, we need to really thank Jim for getting this whole ball rolling. It's the best team I've ever played on. And I am the person who gets to shrink things very quickly to explain what's going on so that we can get on to the keynote. Is that presentation ready or resolved? I can go longer or slower, depending. Okay, so everything's coming along there. Technical difficulties. It wouldn't be an event without some type of glitch. So first of all, special thanks to Amelia Secoy, who was the inspiration for this event. Her understanding of the importance of the GAO report on deferred maintenance and her outreach to Jack Dempsey, who is involved in the National Academies strategies, is the impetus for this event. And so many thanks there. And the event is both the presentation of these reports and then discussion among the federal executives who are leading the successes that can be repeated among federal agencies. And I was going to talk about all the wonderful things that we're going to be doing in 2024. I'll just say, we're doing a lot of wonderful things in 2024. It's the start of our 11th year, and we've never come out of the gates as strong as we have this year. We're doing federal activities, state and local activities, publications, and multiple magazines and events at state and local government. So please stay tuned at assetleadership.net. And one of the things we're doing this year, which I'm the happiest about, is furthering our relationship with the United Nations asset management initiatives. And it's just wonderful to be able to say that we're helping the United Nations with asset management around the world. And Daniel Platts is the leader of those initiatives at the United Nations, although he has a huge team. His handbook on sustainable infrastructure, it's not his, it's the entire United Nations, is something that Jim Dieter has called as good or maybe better than ISO 55000. And that's because they use the ISO 55000 as one of the many foundations of the handbook. But I'll let Daniel Platts describe that further. So please welcome Daniel Platts.
Thank you so much, Mike. I hope you can all hear me okay. Usually my voice carries, so if I'm too loud, let me know as well. Thank you so much for your invitation here. Thank you to the Asset Leadership Network, the National Academy of Sciences and Engineering. Sorry for the little technical hiccup. The presentation was a little too big and it didn't make its way through to Mike, so we reduced it in size a little bit. There is a little, trying to see, okay. So this is my little tool here. So my name is Daniel Platts. My official title, and we always have to be very official at the end, right? A Senior Economic Affairs Officer. But Mike is correct that I am leading within my department an initiative, capacity development initiative on infrastructure asset management. And I want to talk a little bit about it today. First, a few caveats. Of course, everything I say here is in my personal capacity. We always have to say that. I'm sure you're used to these caveats in Washington, D.C. I want to talk a little bit about my experience. I am not an engineer, and I've pretty much believe that all of you here know more about asset management than I do. So you're not going to learn anything from me about asset management, but you can perhaps, learn a little bit about what the UN has been trying to do to promote it. My training is I'm an economist by training. And I've always looked at this issue of local government finance and how we can help local governments around the world mobilize more resources. And it just seemed to be an issue that was completely neglected, the issue of asset management at the local level around the world and possibly here too. I'm originally from Germany. I've been at the UN for 23 years now, so a long time. Also hold American citizenship, but that explains the accent. So the title of the presentation is Promoting Public Infrastructure Asset Management Across the Globe. Let me just see. Doesn't seem to be moving. Okay. And I would like to focus on these four big questions. Why does it matter? IAM infrastructure asset management. Right. Oh, it's better. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to also look at it. Yeah. And I think you're broadcasting this, right? So probably that's a lot better. This one?
Yeah, it should be on that monitor. Your slide should be on.
It's not there. Oh, this one is, not this one, right? This one, you mean? Yeah, okay, perfect. So the first question would be, why does IAM, it's not the Institute for Asset Management, but Infrastructure Asset Management, matter to the UN and or the world? How have we approached the idea of promoting infrastructure asset management around the world? And what are some of the tools? I think Mike just mentioned that we really looked at ISO standards as well. And what are some of the lessons learned? And that last question is really crucial because it's really not so much as lessons learned, but challenges encountered. And I'd like to learn from you, from your vast experience, how you think about tackling these challenges. We've been doing this now since 2017, and it has been grown over time, but it's still nowhere near where I would like it to be. And part of the problem is sustainability and impact and so forth. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. So I'm not going to tell you what infrastructure asset management is here, but what I wanted to say is, how do we explain it in our trainings, right? And so we always say public infrastructure assets are assets of value that are essential to the delivery of public services. And we usually gear our training towards the city level. So we're looking at assets that are owned or managed by the local government. However, we quickly learned that you cannot talk just to the local government because the central government is, of course, involved in many assets. Federal roads, often in developing countries, water and sanitation is dealt with at the national level, especially in smaller countries. Same with electricity grids. And of course, you also have the private sector involved, but I'd say the poorer the country is, the less involved is the private sector often, because it's just not very profitable to invest into infrastructure over the long term in very challenging conditions. And what is infrastructure asset management? What we say is like, well, you have these things of value like roads and water and sanitation systems and transport and whatnot, and you need to monitor it and make sure it retains its value. And with value, we mean, of course, value to the public, making sure that, the people that you are serving really get the most of the facilities. So that's how we explain it. And why does it matter? There's little hard data really at the global level on this, but we're digging and digging and digging. And so one of our partners, I come from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. It's based in New York. It's directly under the Secretary General. But one of our key partners is UNOPS, United Nations Office of Project Services. Some of you may have heard about it. They are really the contractual arm of the UN. They really do sort of project level oversight. And they've done a study together with Oxford University. And they looked at the big UN development agenda. I don't know how many have heard of the Sustainable Development Goals here, SDGs. Okay, I see a few hands, great. It's been one of the more successful, PR efforts of the UN, I think. If you go outside the US, if you go to challenging settings in developing countries, people are extremely aware of the SDGs, and often national policies are driven by it. So we make the argument, and this is not just something we say. There's a study again with UNOPS, Oxford University, really looking at all of the sustainable development goals, looking at all of their targets. It's a vast agenda, and coming up with, I think, about 92% of those goals and targets being directly linked to infrastructure assets. So this, we hammer home. It's like, if you care about development, if you care about the SDGs, right, you must care about infrastructure asset management. There's some somewhat older study now by the World Bank done that looks at what happens when infrastructure is under-maintained. I think they focus mostly on roads, up to 2% of growth loss every year. I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually higher on that. That's a conservative estimate. Another number we like to quote is that, and you all know this, that if you look at the life cycle of an asset, most of the financing actually happens later, right? During the operating, maintaining phase, disposal phase. Yet, if you look at the discussions on infrastructure around the world, especially at the UN global level, but also domestic policies, right? It's all about big sums of money to invest and build new infrastructure. And that's very, very much important, right? We all need to push for that. But there's just very little thought about what we would call life cycle finance. It's a very complex thing to maintain these things over the long term. And how do you make sure that you have the funds available while the assets depreciate to repair it, replace it, and so forth, right? So there's just not a lot of work on that there. This is, and the last thing is, it's actually not that impressive, I think, but still, because it's both, I think the number is actually higher, but this is based on an OECD study that every $1 spent on infrastructure is as effective as $1.50 of new investments. So we're just trying to like throw these numbers out there to convince people to care, right? And I'm gonna jump over that. Economic, social, economic, and environmental benefits of asset management, common sense, right? It's just, if you have infrastructure assets that are working well, you have better access to services for all, you reduce material waste, you increase the sustainability of assets. The financial thing I just mentioned, but also, of course, assets that are managed well have better revenue potential. You reduce the cost to asset failure and so on. You can go on with that list for a long time. This is usually how the UN thinks about benefits in the economic and social and environmental sphere, right? When we talk about sustainable development, we always talk about the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. These are environmental, social, and economic. So now a little bit about the project that I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm moving away from the microphone. So this is the current, I'm not saying this is the best approach, right? But this is what we came up with. In 2017, just a few people at the end were sitting together and wondering what can be done to elevate the issue of asset management, especially at the city level. We had very little funds, and the UN usually works in very challenging circumstances. So we basically just started out with scoping missions. And we spoke to a few countries, and those that were very, very keenly interested in it, we went to. And it was mostly in Africa. So the first 2 countries we focused on were Tanzania and Uganda. And then it has grown over time. So these in-country diagnostics that you see there, that sort of circle to the right a little bit, is usually how we start, right? And then based on these diagnostics, which are basically missions where a team visits cities and spends some time with them, we would design customized workshops. They usually last about 4 or 5 days. I took on talk about them a bit more. And then we have a team that provides some field support, trying to visit the cities again and see how they're doing in changing their organizational culture for asset management. What we haven't done enough yet, because it's just a lack of funding issue, is a training of trainers. So how do you, once you do the training, how do you make sure that there's institutional capacity in the country to continue with the training, right? And the other issue is the enabling environment at the national level. So how can you provide the incentives at the national level for cities to do better asset management? And even at the national level, those national agencies, how do you make them, how do you turn them into better asset management? That has to do with policies and incentives and so forth. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. Here to the right, these are just like some pictures. it's interesting, just a very simple thing. When you look at this picture where it says field support, this is actually in Uganda, in Gulu, a smallish city, not too small, but not the biggest one. We usually focus on not the capital cities, but those that get a little less support. And this simple thing that they did, this looks actually quite good. When we first visited them and we asked them for the National Asset Registry and the national data, they said, okay, let's go down. It's all in the basement. And it was, it was like, the basement of a hoarder, basically. There was no way to get through those files and whatnot. And we said, the first step is to clean this up, right? And introduce a filing system, even before you think about, entering it into an Excel spreadsheet. And then when we visited them a year later, it actually looked neat. That's where the picture is taken. So it was nice to see a little bit of a change, and they had a whole nice filing structure and system now in place, and a focal point and so forth. This other picture there, training picture. Let me see where that was. That was in Bangladesh, just about in October. And the people there, you can see it from there, that are sort of kneeling on the ground, are holding the UN handbook in Bangla. So we had it translated, and that's absolutely key. If you talk to city officials around the world, you need to talk in their language, right? Because not everyone speaks fluent English. So I'm going to talk about the handbook in a little bit. Just to give you an idea of what the environment is like, right? These are challenging countries, and it has to do with the mandate of our department to help those that need it most. So these are the countries where we're active right now. Even in Somalia, Laos, PDR, Costa Rica, Bangladesh, Nepal, Kenya, Uganda. These are all countries where we actually are physically present. We went there, we did the scoping missions there, we did the training there. We did a lot of other countries as well, remotely, online trainings, hybrid training, right? But these are where the countries where we really were present and are present in the field. So who do we train is a big question, right? So we want to approach infrastructure asset management as a multi-stakeholder effort. The idea is to say, look, if you really want to do a good job of managing your assets, you need to come together as a team, as a city team on a regular basis. And there are different levels of decision-making. You all know that. This is sort of, following the military model a little bit, right? Operational, tactical, strategy. And there are different people in the cities that have these, that operate at this different levels. And you want to make sure that you have a good mix of them present. So when we do training, we would invite maybe 5, 6, 7 cities of a country and a city team, where we want to make sure that these roles are present. So you have supervisory staff, but you have the engineer as well. You have a procurement officer, community development officer, because all of these guys are talking about asset management and thinking about asset management on a daily basis, sometimes without knowing it. What they're not doing is talking to each other. And that's what we were sort of trying to change. What are the tools? And Mike mentioned it. So what we did is, when we learned about municipal asset management and try to figure out what is there, right? Of course, there is ISO. And it's great. ISO, we were so happy that it exists, right? But for a local government official that has very little time to translate ISO into, daily improvements in how he or she do their work, it is very, very hard, right? So what we did is we looked at ISO, we looked at what Australia did, what New Zealand did. Canada is doing a great job. Of course, we learn from all countries, also the US, and try to see if there are other guidelines or other papers, other things that we can use to sort of simplify the concept. And we spend as much thinking about what the content is, as much as thinking about the style and how do we do it. So we brought together some really interesting people, mostly outside the UN. So I wanted to avoid any bureaucratic language, right? So we have a team of maybe 8 or 9 authors, key authors, that looked at different aspects of asset management. And it's all online, it's all freely available. It's about a 400-page book, but you don't have to read it from cover to cover. lots of nice pictures, images, graph charts, just to keep the reader engaged. The way it's structured is we introduce a diagnostic tool. I talked about the scoping missions before, right, that we do. So we actually developed a survey that goes through different categories of asset management, and it can be used as a self-assessment tool for cities. It can also be used sort of as a more advanced tool if they have the resources to have a consultant or a team there that does it with them. But it's a large set of questions that goes through the registry, through the life cycle of an asset, through determining demand, things like that. And we explain in the handbook how to apply this tool. It's available for free in many languages. It's essentially an Excel spreadsheet that has a scoring system attached to it. And then perhaps the most important tool we've pioneered is called an asset management action plan. I know there are AMPs and SAMs and whatnot, but this asset management action plan is much simpler. What we're doing, and this is what we do during the training, we tell them, look, if you had to focus on one asset that you really want to work on as a city team, which would it be, right? And we teach them prioritization methods, very simple ones. And so that starts the conversation of the city team, right? It's like, no, I think this is more important, or that is more important. How can we numerically score it? So once they agree on an asset, like whether it's roads or their sanitation plant or even a public building that is used for a hospital, whatever it is, we ask them to develop this action plan, and we have a template and a guide, and it's an analysis as who is, you start out with big principles for asset management, but then you go into who's managing the asset, who is the stakeholder, who is impacted, who is interested, what are my current performance goals, how do they line up with what they should be, what is a realistic target, what are some of the actions that we can take over the next few years for this particular asset without buying a new asset, right, to monitor it better as a team, to have interventions. Some of them require resources, yes, but mostly it is just about sort of a better monitoring, coming together effort. I'd say the second most important tool is the climate vulnerability assessment tool. Everyone has to deal with climate change. Very few countries have the resources to prepare fully and adapt fully to climate change. So what can you do to prioritize actions when you look at your assets and how they will be impacted by climate change? How can you assess it? How can you build a decision-making framework around that? We've worked very closely with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities that has, just at the same time as we did this, developed their own tool for the municipal level. And the guy in charge of it is now a real integral team of the UN as well. He still works for FCM, but we have him as a consultant once in a while, and he wrote that chapter. So it's quite new and quite exciting to apply this. The other ones, I'm not going to go into detail now. They're just different tools that relate to enabling environment, and especially the data one is perhaps also worth mentioning, where we look at how to build municipal asset registries or even national asset registries. This is just the book is real, right? It's not just an online book. This is a picture of it. We have it now available in 9 languages. All the UN official languages, which are French, Spanish, English, Arabic, Chinese, and Russian. We'll always have to do that, right? And then we have local languages as well. Swahili, Bangla, Lao, all the countries we work in, first thing we do is actually translate it. So all the local government officials can actually understand it. Here, just a few pictures, and I'm going to share all this with you. You can spend more time on it. These are sort of different steps of this asset management action plan that I mentioned. And you just by briefly looking at it, you see it's basically a gap analysis, right? But it is very structured, it's very detailed. Again, there's a writing guide, there's a template. We print it out, we put it in front of them. They work on a paper or their laptop as a team together, and at the end of the training, they present their action plan with concrete commitments for action. What we then do is, if the action plan meets our basic expectations, we don't edit it. This has to be owned by the local government. If you go to this website that I'll explain in a minute, we'll see spelling mistakes and things like that. We want to make sure these are owned by local governments. But if they are honest efforts and look substantive, we post them on the web for others to look at. So we have a global repository where you can just, you can zoom in different countries, you see different cities, and then you click on it and you'll pull up the action plan, which is like maybe a 15, 20-page plan for one particular asset. And this way, cities can learn from each other and be inspired by each other. So that's a neat feature that we have to just, at least within our limited means, showcase the good efforts that we're making. So this is what they look like. Every asset management action plan looks different. Again, it's owned by the cities. This is one from Belize City, for example. They did a very nice job. I think this is also from Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so this climate action tool, I don't want to bore you with the details, but these are just sort of images and visuals from the handbook. So you see, whatever we try to explain, we do it very visually. And essentially the point we're driving here is that, like you have certain capacities, but now climate change is here and your forecast load is much bigger than the capacity that you have, right? So how can you walk through a decision-making process that within your scarce resources, you allocate your resource for climate adaptation wisely? You may decide for certain assets to do nothing for now and just monitor it, right? And you may take action for other assets. But walking through that decision-making process is not simple. And having the data or getting the data that you need to understand it better is not simple. And we're trying to really use data sources there and share data sources that are freely and easily available. So last two slides, just the challenges encountered. And this is what I would like to, put in the room and then maybe hear from you about it, right? And some of it has been mentioned. So again, this is a people's story, right? So we want to make sure that it's not just the engineer that cares for the asset. We want to make sure we start a conversation within the city to look at all their assets at the same time and take collective, wise decision within their limited resources as to what could be done better in terms of maintaining this asset, what should be prioritized, and what actions should be taken that haven't been taken, right? But when we want to look at sustainability of such an intervention, we want to make sure that when the UN leaves or whoever helps those countries, right, that they have the capacity to continue with that training. So we're really trying to link up with universities and national training institutes. Our biggest success is perhaps Uganda, where the biggest university in Uganda introduced a new master's program on infrastructure asset management, and it's based on the handbook. So now, you have new generations doing that. We have a smaller partnership now with Gambia, where there's a local government training institute. We give them a small grant so they can put up a new course, a new training on infrastructure asset management for local government officials. The other problems are very big problems. Any change management person knows them, right? Organizational inertia. So how do you make sure to implement lasting change? This big issue of delayed gratification, right? So everyone sees that it makes sense, but when it comes to allocating small resources to upgraded asset management, that's where you encounter the problem, right? So how do you convince people to do incentivized short-term expenditure increases that are tied to much larger long-term savings? Another problem we are still thinking about is how do you make sure you have the right audience, right? We talked about the different levels, technical, strategic, operational, different departments. Ideally, the bigger the better, you want to think, but you want to make sure that, you have the right people. And it's not just a matter of function, it's also a matter of personality. And sometimes we've asked people to be asset management focal points in their city, and turns out they just don't want to do it, right? And then there's a much more junior person that is really, really enthusiastic about it. And it might be better to go with that person as long as the leadership, the mayor, the city leadership is okay with that person being sort of the focal point that brings the new team together on a regular basis. We looked at the enabling environment. In a lot of countries, you don't have that enabling environment. You don't have a proper asset management policy. You don't have proper guidelines. You don't have mandatory reporting on asset data. things like that. So how can we convince the national government to, well, I mean, they have to go sort of easy, right? They cannot demand too much at once, but how can we ask them to move towards this sort of carrot and stick approach a little bit more, where they incentivize governments at the local level to do better job on asset management. And then, the last thing is we've seen there key areas that are still, and maybe you can correct me, but we feel they're still under-researched, right? This idea of what is really sustainable asset management looking at the sustainable development goals as opposed to classical asset management. How do you formalize a more SDG or human development focused asset management approach? Life cycle finance is a big issue. I've yet to read a good paper that really walks you through the challenge of a city or a public sector in financing asset management over the life cycle of an asset, and how to think about it, how to strategize it, how to think about it from the planning phase, starting right there and then. And how can we, and our job at the end is not to do the research really, we don't have the capacity for that. We rely on people like you, but it's turning it into concrete, practical guidance that is helpful, right? And natural asset management is a big issue as well. There's movement there, of course, but how do you evaluate a public forest, right? Or a river basin? How do you make sure that that becomes an asset that is being managed well by the city? How do you promote natural asset management? This is just for you to, again, I share that with you to ask you to join the UN community of infrastructure asset management. We won't bombard you with emails. We bring out a newsletter twice a year, that's it, where we just talk about some of the countries we're working in. You see here, we mentioned this master's program on IAM in Uganda. We talk about our training. We're working with universities, which is exciting. We have partnerships with the University of Rotterdam, Columbia University in New York, where students are now really doing capstone projects based on our data, based on our engagement, and it's all free and accessible online. So please join it, and please feel free to email me. That's my email address. Very easy, plutz@un.org. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. And before we get to some questions that have come in online, and if anybody else has comments, I'd like to have a show of hands by the people here live and a thumbs up or a yes from the people online. The United Nations is focused on developing nations, but I think almost everything Daniel said applies to federal agencies. How many people in the audience here agree to that? Almost every hand, well, about 75%. And everyone online, if you'd thumbs up or say yes, so we get an idea about that. So there's another microphone over there if anybody has any comments or questions. And then online, Dia Panchana asks about any exploration of the use of natural assets to help with sustainability. Mangroves, is there any exploration, or are you seeing that? The ALN just started exploring the management of natural assets in 2023 with our tree storm, where we looked at how to use asset management to assist the tiny forest movement as a way of helping people understand about asset management. What are you seeing, Daniel?
Yeah, no, it's a very exciting area. As I mentioned, it's still sort of not as well researched as other areas where we feel comfortable at the end to sort of turn it into a handbook or guidelines. We had, as I mentioned, we had ISO, we had a lot of good work that was done already for that. But it comes up, right? I mean, just to give you one example, a very interesting one. In Uganda, a big issue, like in many African countries, is land titles and public land and what to do with it. So there's municipally owned land that is an asset, of course, that has to be managed, but often it is contested, right? So what we said is, okay, what about if you focus on that land that is clearly public, is not contested, still as it is. And, we give you a little bit of money to do a demarcation with trees. So they started planting trees around the public land, which of course has sustainability benefits and all of that, but it was a natural, non-aggressive barrier now to protect the land of the public, right? So you see these, and I know that our colleagues from UNCDF, that's another agency we work with, they've done some great work in promoting mangrove forest at the local level as well. So these things come up as very innovative, concrete solutions. What is still missing is sort of, this idea of how do you evaluate it? How much resource do you put into it? So sort of formalizing it a little bit more so we can actually make sure it is included in every municipal or national asset registry in a meaningful way.
Excellent. All federal agencies have trees, some more than others. And it would be great to be able to have some type of information sharing or interaction between the agencies and the UN. Can you tell us a little bit about how the UN can work with member states?
So, I mean, the UN is its member states, right? That's what we like to say. The way the UN is structured is it has the secretariat based in New York with all member states, pretty much the whole world present, right? And so the easiest way is for you, if you have connections to the US government, State Department, USAID, to highlight this issue of infrastructure asset management as a sustainable development issue. I think it's something that we've started it as sort of on the side. We've mobilized some money, and now we're trying to feed it into the intergovernmental discussions. But often, like when I say, okay, what about here's this declaration, that declaration, a resolution, a big communique that member states, including the US, of course, negotiate over months. Just bringing in the word of infrastructure asset management is often a struggle. Not because they are against it, but because they drop it easily in favor of something else. It's being, what I've experienced now is it's being used as a negotiation tool almost. There are many other concepts like that, like you put something forward, you pretend you care, but then you drop it easily because, you care about another term or whatnot more. So these are negotiation tactics. What we need to do is really put it on the agenda that this is a key sustainable development issue. And I'm always struck why they don't see it. I mean, there's so much talk about I don't know if you heard that term, from moving from billions to trillions. This idea of really mobilizing trillions of dollars for new infrastructure. Very little talk about what happens after the construction phase, how to make it more sustainable. And that's just missing. And that's something, like if it gets on the agenda of a member state, it gets on the agenda of the UN. It's as simple as that. And if it's a powerful member state like the US, of course, even more so. So it's just a matter of you, I think, highlighting these issues through your connection with the government. And once the government says this is an important issue, the UN Secretariat goes and does it.
Excellent. So one of the great things about the US federal government is, despite all the political machinations that go on that you described very well, the executives at agencies get it done. They actually are very good at being blind to that political aspect and doing what's good. So the ALN strongly recommends federal executives who are able to reach out to Daniel. His email is up there, and we would hope that this and other activities can assist the United States to have its aligned interests with the United Nations met on a global level. So thank you, Daniel, for coming
you so
down to
much.
speak with us.
Thank you.
And I'd like Jim Dieter to come up and introduce the GAO panel.
Well, this is another real pleasure because it's my honor to introduce Amelia Secoy. Formally, the introduction is that she has 35 years of experience, and most people that know her from the GAO, but she also has 12 years with the New York City Office of Management and Budget. so she knows that municipal aspect of it as well. And also works at the Department of Education there. She has multiple professional certifications in education and other areas. But I think my introduction of Amelia is she is a person that got interested in this and has really, really made a huge difference. So I really appreciate her efforts. Thank you, and welcome, Amelia.
So I'm just going to give a brief introduction of GAO presenters. Mike Arms, I was in our physical infrastructure group for 10 years out of the time that I was at GAO. And Mike Arms and Matt Cook, who's going to present virtually because he got stuck in Wisconsin due to a snowstorm. Mike and Matt and I worked together. Is it on? Is it? Okay. Okay. Mike and Matt and I work together in the physical infrastructure group. Mike is now in a new group at GAO, which is called the Science, Technology, Assessment and Analytics Group, STAA, where the engineers are working. But we all work together on various portfolio of work at physical infrastructure. And I want to acknowledge the team members who I think are joining on Zoom. Of course, this work does not get done just by the managers. It gets done by teams. And I think Toby Gillette and Lindsay Bach and John Bachman and a number of other people who worked on these reports are on the Zoom call. And so Mike is going to start and showcase a large body of work at GAO. And then I think Matt is going to talk about the recent deferred maintenance work.
All right, Amelia, thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Mike Arms, and I'm joined remotely by Matt Cook, who, as Amelia mentioned, he had intended to be here today, but old man Winter had other ideas. So just a little bit about try to advance the slides here. Give me a second. Good. All right, yeah, so just the plan for the presentation. We'll talk a little bit about a couple of the higher level products that GAO has produced in the area of federal asset management, real property. And then we'll kind of delve down into some specific studies that we've done on topical issues that'll should be of interest to people in the real property community. But just by way of introduction to GAO, it is a legislative branch agency. We work for the Congress to produce studies, reports, testimony to aid them in their policymaking, their budget decisions. But we also make our work available. Our work is publicly available, and we're appreciative that those in ALN and the Federal Facilities Council have looked at our work and have invited us to be part of this presentation today. And just to get into the topic of federal facilities, it's impressive just to think of the size and scale of the federal asset portfolio. You know, tens of thousands of buildings and structures across all different types of facility types, from office buildings, hospitals, museums, jailhouses, courthouses, and that's just on the building side before you even start to think about the roads and bridges. So vast and diverse portfolio, billions of dollars annually to operate that portfolio. And it's really that scale and size that has contributed to us recognizing the various challenges associated with operating something that vast and diverse. And in fact, one of the say strategic level things that GSA does on a biannual basis is we produce what we call our high risk list. So this is a list that is intended for us to give to Congress at the beginning of every Congress. So every 2 years, a new Congress is put into place. And what we do is issue a high-risk list that identifies areas across government that are most in need of management attention. And currently, the current high-risk list that we have was issued in 2023, and federal real property was one of 37 high-risk topics that we presented to the Congress. So, just think about that for a minute. Across all of government, we identified the top 37 issues that require, Congress and the federal government in general should be paying attention to, and federal real property made the list. And in fact, it has been on the high-risk list since 2003. And the slide here shows some of the persistent issues that have contributed to real property maintaining its place on that list for these last number of years. So the topic of excess and underutilized property, we'll get into a little bit more detail on that with some of the specific reporting we've done on that recently. But safe to say that the government has too much property, it's underutilized, and we have a hard time getting rid of it. And the topic of data reliability, kind of a basic thing, but again, you think about the vastness of the federal real property portfolio. There's a lot of tens of thousands of buildings, and the data on those buildings, the inventory information about the condition and location, we found anomalies over time that have called into question kind of the reliability of that data, and those concerns persist. And data reliability is one of the reasons that GAO has identified that it contributes to GAO being a high-risk issue. And facility security, another longstanding issue when you think about the first production of the high-risk list in 2003, right on the heels of the 2001 terrorist attack. So that was certainly one of the initial factors that created concern about facility security. And then more recently, through our work, GAO has identified issues, for example, with the management system that the Federal Protective Services uses for managing the contract guards and training for the guards. So we've again found issues with that system, and that has contributed towards our decision to place this federal real property on the high risk list. And then looking forward to 2025, when the next update of the high risk list will be issued, we're anticipating, again, based on some recent work that we've done on the issue of deferred maintenance and repair and how there's been growth in the amount of deferred maintenance and repair, that might very well be something that we highlight in the coming, the 2025 version of the high risk list that the GAO will be producing. So again, high risk list is one of the high strategic level products that GAO has. And then just kind of to continue the conversation up, talking about some of the higher level important strategic reports and work that GAO has done over time. This is actually a representation of a report or a graphic from a report that Amelia authored when she was with GAO. Asset management framework is what's presented here. And what this is a report that we issued that identified a framework that federal agencies can think about in managing their assets. And to kind of draw on what Jim Dieter introduced earlier, is that the purpose of having assets is to create value. So this work that we have is how agencies can go about managing their assets by using these key characteristics to best extract value from those assets in helping federal agencies meet their mission. So just a brief mention of this report, again, that Amelia authored. It exists, and it's a document that can be referenced for those in the federal real property community. And at this point, I wanted to kind of shift the conversation to focus on some of the specific recent reports that involve topics of federal real property and asset management that might be of interest to those in the community. I'll talk about topics of resilience, then sustainability, and then we'll shift to discussing reports about utilization, disposal, And we'll spend, well, I guess, wrap things up by talking about our recent report on the topic of deferred maintenance. And just again, to restate, I mean, one of the things that GAO is probably most known for is the reports that we produce on various topics. The intent is to give information to the Congress to help them know what's happening with the various programs that they're authorizing and that they're appropriating dollars for. And we often make recommendations in our work that are intended to help the agencies, recommendations to the agencies that are intended to help them maybe make changes to improve their management processes. So I'll talk about, again, some of our recent reports and some of the recommendations that we have for agencies that, again, are intended to help them better manage their real property assets. But the first discussion on the topic of resilience, and this was I think, topic that Daniel kind of teed up in his presentation. There's certainly, concern among asset managers about climate change and the growing intensity and severity of extreme weather events. So this is a report. What I'm showing here is a graphic from a report from work that we did in looking at the State Department. And you think about the State Department and its concerns about resilience to extreme weather events. They have a particular need on a particular vulnerability when you think that they have they're an organization with assets literally worldwide. They have embassies in approximately 300 locations around the United States. I'm sorry, around the world. And what we did in this study of the State Department is looked at what they call their Climate Security and Resilience Office has done. And they've pulled information about the various weather hazards and other type of natural disasters that could occur, taking local data on things such as heat and wind and water levels that could lead to flooding, data about earthquakes, landslides, and tsunamis. So there were 8 specific climate or natural hazards that they gathered kind of site-specific data for. And then they coupled that through an analysis with information about the assets, right? The location of the asset, the condition of the asset, and how the placement of the asset in an area, looking at things such as the reliability of utility services and the availability of medical care. And based on that information, site-specific about the asset, plus what was available about what was known about the various climate and other hazards, they were able to develop a risk dichotomy, which is represented by this scale here, by this graphic here. So the kind of the darker, broader circles, areas of or places, locations where the State Department, its assets are most at risk. And you kind of see the scale there shown on the chart. And another representation of the State Department's analysis is shown on this graphic here, which is more of a linear representation from low risk to its posts that are relatively at higher risk to disruption from these type of extreme weather events. And I'll note that the post shown most at risk is Manila in the Philippines. And when you think about that post, it's Philippines themselves being an island nation in a seismically active area, and the embassy itself is right on the waterfront. So all those conditions contribute to it being, again, the post that is most at risk to some disruption from extreme weather events. And that was actually a place that we visited in doing this work. And sure enough, when we were there, there was a big rain storm that occurred that actually caused flooding. So we were able to observe real time actual disruption to the post from that rain event. And this is really a good news story, right? I mentioned earlier that we make recommendations to help agencies better manage their programs, but I think this is an example of an agency really being proactive in trying to understand its exposure to risks from climate and natural hazards and developing this type of analysis. This is the State Department's analysis that we're presenting, and we just have the graphic to show what they did, but The State Department is developing this kind of level of knowledge, and they're positioning themselves to use it, right, and deciding, what, when it comes to making their capital plan, knowing where there may be greater vulnerability to the effects of climate events. So they're positioning themselves to be able to make better choices, better decisions about how to spend their resources. So that's the resilience topic I wanted to cover. I'm going to shift gears now to talk about sustainability. And there's certainly a long history of agencies taking steps in response to legislation and past executive orders to do things like, use less energy, conserve water, reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And this graphic represents the General Services Administration and its progress really over the last few years to increase the count of its sustainable buildings, and both by count and by square footage. And the GSA has a process to look at energy use, water use of its buildings, and compare to a baseline. If there's enough progress made to reduce, say, energy use against that baseline, they can categorize that building as sustainable. And as this graphic shows, they've been making progress, right, in increasing their count of sustainable buildings by improving their operation, using less energy, using less water, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a kind of current state. But what's interesting in the sustainability space is really considering the results of the implications, I should say, of a 2021 executive order, which by 2045, it will push agencies to have, net zero emissions buildings. So that has, when you think about the, basics of the portfolio, right? Most buildings are emitting some type of emissions, right? Because they tend to have, say, fossil fuel sources on site for cooking or heating. But under the requirements of this executive order, buildings are going to have to be recapitalized to exchange or change out what are currently their say natural gas fired heating systems, and putting in electric boilers for producing heat. And what this does is kind of creates a new capital requirement for buildings. And so the asset managers are going to have to consider this as yet a new need to recapitalize their buildings, to eliminate emitting sources so they can meet the requirements of the executive order. But these kind of introduces some substantial requirements, since it isn't necessarily as simple as changing out, gas boiler with an electric boiler. That often involves going into the distribution into the building and changing out the distribution piping. So this new executive order is kind of imposing some pretty significant requirements on buildings. And this is a report that we did on GSA. And what this graphic shows is that, most of the people that we talk to at the regional level, they're not necessarily confident, given their, past level of funding, that they'll be able to do the work that's needed at their buildings and invest in their buildings to the extent needed to meet the requirements of the executive order by 2045. So this is maybe a little more tempered, a good example about resilience and what the State Department has done. And in this report about that this topic on sustainability, certainly good progress historically had been made by, in this case, the agency was the General Services Administration, but certainly there's some concern going forward about their ability to meet the new sustainability goals that are set forth in a recent executive order. So at this point in the conversation, I'm shifting presenters to Matt Cook joining us from Wisconsin to kind of pick up the conversation on our recent work. And I will pause here to see how the transition works, if there's anything that we need to do back there to.
So let me do a quick test. Can you all hear me?
We can hear Matt, and I will change the slides. I've got the button to change the slides. So I'll sit down and turn it over to you, and I'll just change slides when you need me to.
So Mike, were you going to do the next couple on utilization real quick, or did you want me to cover those?
Yeah, well, I guess I can, go ahead.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and do it. That's fine. And I think maybe Keith is in the room too. This is his report. We just wanted to make sure that we added it because it's gotten a lot of press, and it's a pretty important body of work. But it's just the next couple of slides, and I'll just quickly gloss through them. Touch upon this analysis that GAO did looking at utilization in federal buildings. I think it's no surprise to many in this report, just put some numbers behind it, that federal buildings are not being used. Even before the pandemic, they weren't being used to their full capacity. And the pandemic really has brought that number down even further. And you can see here in this graphic from that report kind of where agencies land in terms of their utilization percentage of buildings. The graphic does a nice job of showing the 100% and then where they all land. And it just shows you where agencies kind of across the 4 quarters land, but none of them are getting, above 50 or 60% utilization in any of their buildings. Go ahead, Mike. And then just what's behind that, as I mentioned, this has been an issue since long before the pandemic. It's part of the reason that it's on the high risk list. And buildings are not really configured to ensure maximum utilization. Telecommuting and other factors have increased the usage. Or decrease the usage. All right, so with that, I will go to the next slide, which is a little bit more in my wheelhouse. And I should mention, I think I'm okay, but this winter storm has been pretty bad. And if my internet does start to lag or I get delays, please someone let me know, and I'll just start over wherever I left off. So I've done several reports on the federal disposal process. Mostly looking at what the next slide is going to talk about on FASTA, which is a piece of legislation from 2016. But let's just set that up really quickly. Disposing of unneeded real property, I don't think it'll be a surprise to most people in the room, is something that the federal government is not very good at. There's a lot of reasons for it. The graphic on the right is intended to, I don't expect anybody to actually read that text, but it's a lot, right? It takes a lot of steps to actually dispose of a federal property, a federal building. Funding is always a consistent theme, and we'll talk about that when we get to deferred maintenance and repair. And then not very many people want federal buildings. There's a lot of unique features about federal buildings, whether they're on a campus or they're located more rurally in parts of or in markets that people don't really want to invest in. It's just hard to get rid of federal properties, and therefore they don't. They just sit, and that's been problematic for a number of years. Next slide. So this is the Federal Asset Sale and Transfer Act, which I mentioned, FASTA. We've done a couple reports on this. This was a pilot program that was created in 2016, which was intended to try and address some of those challenges with the disposal process. Unfortunately, this thing is crashed and burned to a large degree. This graphic, this table here describes some of the reasons. There are 3 rounds as part of this pilot program, none of which have been overly successful. The first round, several properties have been sold, 200 million-ish worth of proceeds have been generated. But even that has been challenged to access that capital to reinvest it and go about disposing additional properties, which is part of the reasons that the next round went so poorly. They weren't able to actually use a lot of that funding to identify and dispose of additional properties. But there's a lot of reasons why. There's a number of stakeholders in this space. They've had challenges working together. GSA, OMB, there was a board that was created under FASTA that have all had their challenges. Agencies, all federal agencies likely have excess properties that they should get rid of, but they're not really incentivized to do so. The pandemic didn't help things. And as I mentioned, the funding mechanism that was created under FASTA didn't really work as intended because it requires a lot of congressional action, and that is always going to be an issue. All right, so let's turn to what I think should be a longer topic, the topic of the day, and that's deferred maintenance and repair. Can you go to the next slide? I won't spend a long time. This graphic has actually made its way through several GAO reports. We kind of continue to reuse it just as an explanation of how you can address DM&R backlogs. Some level of deferred maintenance and repair is obviously expected and even healthy. It allows you to help prioritize and make cost-effective decisions. You don't want to fund some sort of maintenance project if it's not going to be a top priority, make sure you focus those dollars, which are limited, on the maintenance and repair that needs to be addressed and for those properties that need it. But large and increasing deferred maintenance and repair can and does have significant impacts and hurts agencies' ability to perform their missions. And that's what I want to talk about a little bit more today. Next slide. So GAO has a number of recent reports on deferred maintenance and repair. Just checking the slides aren't forwarding for me. There we go. Including the one that I want to spend the most time on, which is this November report that examined deferred maintenance and repair that Toby and Lindsay worked with me on. And actually, Amelia started out before she retired, so she has some insight on this product as well, and I'm sure she'll share that when we get onto the Q&A portion of this presentation. But I also wanted to highlight that there's a lot of GAO reports that have looked at this issue. There's one on the Department of State that I looked at, that I worked on. There's one for Department of Defense, several recent ones that have to do with the Department of Defense. There's one that looks at the US Coast Guard, and actually one that was released on Monday that goes into more depth on the Department of Interior, looking at federal land management agencies. And so just there's been a large body of work. GAO is aware of this issue and continues to look at it. I will say that the report that I'm about to focus in on is civilian agencies only, and specifically related to 4 selected agencies that I'll get into in one moment. Next slide. So here's the figure that shows where we're going. We're going in the wrong direction in terms of the backlog. Deferred maintenance and repair for all civilian agencies has increased almost $30 billion with a B dollars from 2017 to 2022. The 4 agencies that we selected for our review were large contributors to that, and they're listed here: Department of Energy, Department of Interior, Health and Human Services, and GSA. There were about 22 billion of that. And I will say that these numbers are based off of annual financial reports, which is typically the best source of this information, at least the most consistent source of this information over time. Those reports were just released for 2023 maybe a month or so ago. And it's showing that trend continues to go up. There's about another $6 billion for these 4 agencies, so another 12% increase for 2023. So it just continues to go up and go up. Some of the reasons that have been given when we talk to agencies, and I'll get into all of these a little bit more in depth, is funding constraints coupled with inflation and increased cost of labor and for materials. And then this issue that Mike raised in terms of the vast and diverse portfolio, just managing these assets that have been with the federal government across the country, across the world, as Mike highlighted. There's a large number of them, and they are very old, right? And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Next slide. As far as funding goes, this is something that we wanted to acknowledge, continue to acknowledge up front. As Mike said earlier, agencies, especially at the facilities level, are doing what they can with what they've got. We talked to a number of them. They're really putting their best foot forward. It is very challenging in the current funding environment to address many of these issues. This graph just represents kind of where funding has been over the same period of years. You can see that it's relatively stable just in terms of nominal dollars. And then when you add in inflation, you're losing a lot of purchasing power. We estimated about 26% of your purchasing power has been lost over the last 5 years. Also just acknowledging that there has been a couple of recent pieces of legislation that have infused some funding, right? The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, which was 2021, and the Inflation Reduction Act did infuse some capital, some limited capital. These are one-time infusions, not likely to address recurring long-term needs. At this point, it's too early to really see or tell what's going to come from that capital. Next slide. So this is what I was talking about earlier in terms of just the vastness of the portfolio. This looks at both buildings and structures, just to orient you in these figures for a second. So the one on the left is the buildings and the one on the right is structures. There are approximately across our 4 selected agencies, 58,000 buildings that need to be managed and 96,000 structures. The average age is well over 40 years of those assets, and that creates a number of challenges. When we talked to the Indian Health Service within HHS, they noted that most of their healthcare facilities were built in the 1960s and 1970s. How is it possible to deliver 21st century healthcare when your assets are that old? Bureau of Reclamation within Department of Interior also noted that many of their dams were often built between 1900 and 1950. So trying to maintain those, especially when obtaining parts for outdated equipment, is a challenge. It makes things very difficult. All right, so next slide. Let's talk a little bit more about some of our findings and recommendations. So acknowledging that agencies are often doing what they can, and that they're hamstrung a little bit by the challenges that were just noted. We did identify a couple of areas in which agencies could do a little bit better. Agencies are not helping their cause by providing a clear and transparent picture into their needs. There's not a lot of information in budget materials or their financial statements, and what is there is often confusing to Congress and others, to the public. And we'll get into a couple of those examples here in terms of there's changes from year to year that are often related to methodology decisions, not actual change in the condition of assets. And then within some of the limited data that is available to Congress and the public, agencies don't do a very good job of identifying what the true needs are. I will also say that just to highlight this point about the frustration on the Hill related to the lack of understanding, there is another GAO team from our Natural Resources and Environment group that is testifying in front of the House Natural Resources Committee this morning. Actually, I think it just is about to happen in 3 minutes on federal land management agencies. And this is throughout the statement that's posted to their website. I'll go back and look at the hearing after this, but there's a lot of frustration about the jump in the numbers, what they mean. Why are we constantly seeing these numbers go up based on methodology changes and not really understanding what the true deferred maintenance and repair needs are. I will also note that under federal accounting standards, we use, as I said, the annual financial reports for a lot of this information. Agencies are granted a lot of latitude, so they're not doing anything technically wrong. It's just made it very difficult to understand actually what those DM&R needs are. And we also want to bring OMB in here as well, right? They have a role to play in terms of directing agencies to provide some level of information, some details on what those DM&R needs are. And we do have a recommendation, I'll get to that in a minute, related to them in terms of making sure that agencies understand what is helpful, how to present that information to Congress so that they can get what they need in order to make their jobs easier. All right, next slide. All right, so this is one of the things that I wanted to highlight in terms of the confusion. For most of the agencies, there were large changes, but they went all sorts of different directions. This is for each year. This describes the change that goes up and down for individual agencies. You can see that the percentage changes very widely. You even have some negatives in some years, some decrease in the DM&R estimates. But there's no real explanation for that. When we talk to agencies, and when I say that, I mean in the financial statements. When we talk to agencies, they often were able to provide some answers, but most of them oftentimes were related to just decisions about methodology, right? How they calculated the estimates. One example is that there was a 40% increase in the Department of Interior's DM&R estimates from fiscal years 2020 through 2021. But that was mostly due to adding design, compliance, and construction management costs to the National Park Service estimates specifically. GSA's estimate has increased more than 30% between 2019 and 2020. That was due to a decision to rebaseline. That's why that number increased so dramatically. So that's contributing to the confusion on what the actual needs are. Next slide. For the raw number, the total number itself, agencies are not clearly communicating what is included. There's some examples here. The picture on the left is a steam plant where deferred maintenance and repair has been deliberately deferred, but it is still reported. The agency just doesn't see a need to fund any of that. That's not actually a pressing need or priority, but it's still part of the total DMNR, and there's a lot of examples of this. The reason the steam plant is sitting there is because it's part of a planned recapitalization project, right? Why invest dollars when you're going to replace it? But it's hard for Congress to understand that when you're just reporting a raw number. There's other examples on the right. That picture is a picture of the Folsom Dam from the Bureau of Reclamation, and it shows the dam's temperature control devices. Those are those shutters that you can see there. And those were constructed around 1950, and there is a plan to replace them in the next 5 years, but there's obviously a lot of deferred maintenance and repair there that is being reported. It's just the agency doesn't want to put any additional funding into maintaining them or addressing the backlog on them if they're going to replace them. And then the last category I'll note is that the DMNR totals include a lot of inactive or excess assets, so things that the agency just has closed the doors on, but you still have to report that DMNR. So there's no intention to ever actually provide dollars for projects related to DMNR, but it is still included in the totals that are reported to Congress. All right, next slide. Okay, so this is an analysis that we did using the leading practices for managing deferred maintenance and repair. These practices, we've used these. They were first, and I think John Bachman is on this call. He'll love that I continue to bring this up. But there's a 2014 report where these were developed. They're based in large part on National Academies studies, and I know that Mike and Jack are going to present the body of work going back to the 1990s. And then also based on ISO standards and related to the asset management framework that Amelia helped develop and was noted earlier in the presentation in GAO 1957. There are 9 of these. We chose 5 of them to apply in this case, just because we were focused more on how agencies are prioritizing deferred maintenance and repair. And I will note that I think we can all agree that, and I know Mike and Jack will talk later, agencies' missions are not aligned with agencies' portfolios are not aligned with mission needs. You'll see that agencies all got credit there. Our review was looking at the low-hanging fruit in terms of policies and procedures. Do you even have a policy and procedure to address some of these issues? And that's why they're getting credit there. We have a large body of work on how agencies' portfolios are not aligned with their mission needs, particularly as we talked about earlier on disposing of unneeded assets. But I do want to focus on the last 2 leading practices where we did identify some deficiencies and made some recommendations. Next slide. So budget structure. This again gets back to transparency with Congress and what do you need. One of the leading practices has to do with differentiating between routine and preventative maintenance and what has been deferred maintenance and repair within your budget and your budget documentation to ensure that both of those areas are sufficiently funded and that decisions to address the backlog don't negatively impact your routine maintenance and repair. Most agencies do include the overall funding for their maintenance in their budgets, but do not identify what they need to address the backlog, or at least reduce the backlog, right? As we said, you're never going to totally get rid of it. It's healthy to have a little bit of a backlog, but with skyrocketing numbers, significant expansion of those backlogs, agencies are not providing Congress with the level of information they need in order to understand that. We also noted that they don't really have a plan as part of that budget to reduce the backlogs with an estimated funding needs and timeframes that might give Congress and other stakeholders insight into their needs. And then as a queue up for the next presentation, I wanted to just highlight that this is very much in lines with findings presented in that National Academies report on strategies to renew federal facilities. Next slide. So predictive modeling. Leading practices state that agencies should use predictive modeling to predict the future condition and performance of their assets as portfolios, right? To really understand the priorities and to ensure that their investment decisions are aligned with agency missions and goals. Most agencies do use some level of models, mostly at the facility level, but they don't really look forward. They're not forward-looking, and they're definitely not, and this goes to the larger point that we've all kind of raised throughout this presentation, they're not looking across their portfolio in terms of managing as far as an asset management approach is concerned. Predictive models really could help agencies prioritize among their competing investments. But we also want to acknowledge, and agencies raised this a number of times, that there are challenges with using these models. Again, this is highlighted in the National Academies study that we're about to talk about. The data is often not there. There's also a lot of cost to acquire and use these models, train staff and the like. So there is a little bit of a trade-off there as well. And then last slide. So no surprise, we made a few recommendations cutting across our 4 selected agencies. One has to do with transparency. As we've acknowledged, funding is always an issue, but agencies really need to help Congress. They need to guide them and provide them with accurate information on what their deferred maintenance and repair backlog is. We also made a recommendation to OMB on the instructions provided to agencies, just to make sure that agencies are aware of what is needed, providing that level of support. And then the other 2 recommendations have to do with what I just talked about in terms of structuring of their budgets and then using predictive models to make investment decisions. So I know that we're over. I was told that we were deferring the break for a little bit, so thanks for hanging with me. But I will now pause and open up the floor if there are questions or other things that we want to get into.
You're not over. We're late, so thank you for being respectful of that. We will take a break at 10:30, but Amelia, do you want to?
Yeah. I just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, you showcased such a large body of work. There's a lot to talk about, but I'm just going to make a few high-level comments. And also the reports that Mike and Matt highlighted, we have other related work. So for example, in the disposal process, we have a report that talks about Title V of McKinney-Vento, which requires that federal properties be available for homeless before they can be disposed of. So there are a lot of other details here that we don't have time to cover. And I just want to make a few comments that could you move to the asset management framework? I think it was slide 6. Is that 6 or 7? Yeah, I think it's 6, the one before this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So a lot of what you're talking about is managing assets, and this fits right within the asset management framework. I hope you all can see it. Some of the text is a little small, but the asset management framework does have managing assets incorporated within it, which if you look at the first line of boxes, asset management strategy and planning, that includes decision-making process, risk management, capital planning, and data and information. And Matt mentioned lack of data or not good quality data. And then the second line, asset lifecycle delivery, the second line of boxes, acquire, operate, maintain, and dispose is a lot of the work that you've covered here. So managing assets definitely fits within the asset management framework, but the asset management framework is a more holistic approach. And I think that Jack Dempsey is going to talk about that when he talks about the strategies report. But some of the key, if you can go to the next slide, some of the key characteristics of the asset management framework, which I know are a little hard to read here, but 2 of them are really important to what Matt just spoke about, which is quality data. And you really need to be using quality data. So what Matt was saying is that not all of these agencies had quality data, which makes it very difficult to make decisions. And then the other one, maximizing an asset portfolio's value, is also what you talked about in to do with the leading practices and some of the recommendations you made and some of the models. So if you don't have a strong model, it's very difficult to maximize the portfolio's value. And I know you have a recommendation on the models also. A couple things, well, just to go back to the four agencies that were studied in the deferred maintenance report and how they do capture the majority of deferred maintenance in the federal government because they were such large agencies. So DOE, HHS, GSA, and DOI, I think I calculated it was about 76%. Anyway, it's a very large proportion of deferred maintenance for the entire of civilian agencies. So I think it was 76%. I don't have that slide right in front of me, but so you did cover, a really large proportion of the deferred maintenance dollars. And as you said, not all of that, there's an issue with categorization, there's an issue with definitions. But basically, you made recommendations to all of those agencies. And I know that some of those agencies are going to be speaking this afternoon. I know that DOI, Bureau of Reclamation, and GSA will be speaking. I also know that I believe a number of DOE representatives are on the Zoom call or signed up to attend. So everyone is welcome to comment on who's on the Zoom call. But although I think we're showcasing some of them as good examples, we also have GAO also does have recommendations to each of those agencies. So one other comment that I wanted to make, which is not popular, I know, but when I was at the Office of Management and Budget for the City of New York, we continually found that increased funding did not necessarily lead to better outcomes. So while there is a need for funding, there are a lot of other things that need to be done, which are covered in this asset management framework. So I think now I'll just open up and see if we have other questions.
Yes, thank you all. And all right, there's a couple things here. I'm gonna put, first let me ask Amelia. I noticed that in the recommendations, the alignment of what was being said to ISO 55,000.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Will you comment on
Right.
that?
Well, yes. Well, yeah. If you go to the previous, can you go to the previous slide? This asset management framework that we developed in GAO 1957, now, gosh, I guess it's 5 years ago. This is based on ISO 55,000 standards, as well as a whole series of interviews we had with experts and review of literature. But this is really critical that the ISO 55,000 standards, are guiding this framework and guiding. I think Jack Dempsey is going to talk a little bit more about that this afternoon, but that's mentioned in the strategies report. So that's kind of key. That's underpinning a lot of the discussion about asset management.
Okay, and then to the GAO, how much are you aware of ISO 55,000, and did any of that come into your recommendations? Is there a direct relationship, or is it that ISO 55,000 is based on common sense issues, just well organized and collected? So Mike and Matt, and then Toby Gillette, if you could comment on that also.
We are somewhat limited as an agency and well, not limited, but we have a challenge, I guess, in trying to pull from different bodies of work and trying to establish what are best practices in a specific area. So ISO 55,000 certainly informed our thinking on and continues to do so, right, on all the work we do looking at federal property and asset management issues. And I think to specifically address your question, that the closest connection may be through the closest connection to ISO 55,000. And I think if you look at the website, we actually reference that as something that we investigated in producing this report back in 2019. So, and this report, as I kind of alluded to in my presentation, that this is one of the our reports, kind of different shapes and sizes, and some are saying more important than others. But I think this report stands as one of our most important reports in the area of asset management, and in that ISO 55,000 is one of the main bodies of work that, say, Amelia considered in producing this, I think it's fair to say that the concepts of 55,000 and reflected through this report that we continue to use and referencing in the work that's followed, I think there are some clear connections to ISO 55,000.
Well, I think you've addressed that question, and we could ask Matt and Toby another question. In terms of the recommendations, did those, are any of those influenced by best practices you have seen from federal agencies? Matt, if you could go first.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Yeah, these, as I mentioned, these leading practices were developed almost a decade ago at this point, although they have evolved over time in terms of how we implement them and apply them. And yes, there are examples, and that's why you see like some of that graphic that I put up there, where there's like a half circle where agencies are kind of getting part of the way there in terms of how they structure their budgets or their use of predictive modeling. So there are some of those examples, but I'll turn to Toby and see if he wants to highlight any of those.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, the recommendations were largely based on the ones that come from these leading practices. These leading practices, as Matt listed earlier, are largely based on National Academies reports. When we were looking at the reporting, the information reported in annual financial reports, we certainly saw that some agencies, did a better job than others, you might say. I think we called out in the report, the Department of Energy, for example, I think did, we still made a recommendation, but it was a more detailed set of information that they reported in their annual financial reports than the other agencies provided. So our recommendation to the Department of Energy is less extensive than it is to the other agencies. So certainly there are some agencies that you could say have best leading practices that other agencies could look at.
Well, thank you. So I just found this microphone. So in the next session, I'll be able to bring the microphone to people at their seat, and it's easier to get to questions. So I did want to say that our online audience of more than 110 people did respond to our earlier questions. Scores of people said that the UN presentation was directly applicable to the federal government. Just wanted to share that information. Now we're going to take a break, and we have snacks here. And for those online, we're going to be snacking on information exchange. Our director of technology, Nick Kanoki, and I are going to be engaging in chat with the online audience. But please, online, take a break, get coffee and rolls as we are also. Thank you all, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. And thank you to the panel. I'm so sorry I forgot to, could we have a round of applause for the excellent work that the GAO is doing? And Jack Dempsey's work at the Coast Guard in the early 2000s was excellent asset management before it was even a thing. And Jack introduced me to the Asset Leadership Network. So we always grateful for that. Jack was instrumental in connecting us to the National Academies. And he has helped in writing critical reports. And Jack is a board member of the ALN, an ALN senior fellow, and he has his own consulting company now. And thank you very much, Jack.
Sound check. Is that working? So welcome everybody. Thanks to the National Academies, ALN for putting this on. It's been great conversations. I think one thing that really impresses me in all these conversations is if you're an asset manager, you're a person who cares. You know, we're here providing support for others so that they can do their job. And your participation in this, even online, is a testament for that. So it's pretty exciting to be kind of in the choir, talking to people who really find this an interesting topic. And certainly the conversations we've been having, we're talking about how to kind of get that word out there and the appreciation for that. I was going to be presenting with Mike Imany today, who unfortunately is not able to be here. He's helping and attending to a good friend of his that needs his care. But Mike is a great guy, and many of you know him. A quick little aside with Mike, it's a testament of kind of a guy who cares. If you're in the Pentagon walking with Mike and you want to get anywhere, don't walk with Mike, because I think everybody knows him. You can't get anywhere fast when you're walking with Mike. But we do have Pete Lufkin, who is also another author and a committee member of the report, here with us today. Pete, if you want to wave so people see who you are. Yeah, so Pete was really the mastermind for Chapter 4, which got into some of the mechanics of analysis, economics. He's an economist by training. I'm always learning something new when I talk to Pete. So he's another resource here for you to talk to. If you know me, you know that I like talking about asset management, and we're going to talk about this report. The report was commissioned by the Federal Facilities Council, which is a body within the National Academies. It serves under the Board of Infrastructure and Constructed Environment, which I also am happily a member of, and then under the aegis of the National Academy. So there's a lot of cool things that happen here. If you're in the building, take a look around. Some of the artwork is pretty cool. It's a great resource for the federal government and the legislative branch. And that's what we do here. This report is really another report in a series of about a whole bunch of reports. These covers are all National Academies reports that basically provide a lineage of information about facility asset management. A lot of highlights and things that we know and we use as general practice today have originated in this. The 2 to 4% of PRV came from one of these reports. The Federal Property Council was basically established through recommendations of one of these reports that laid out the framework and the mission of what the Federal Property Council is to do, which has now been enacted into law as an active body. The builder SMS, the implementation in DOD, I think really can trace its roots to a National Academies report. So basically, these reports have over the years been effective. The reports generally don't try to break new ground. They really try to consolidate on the understanding that's happening in the industry and to say, hey, this is a good hold point. Let's move forward. So we're really appreciative of like GAO and others making use of the reports, and it's a great interrelationship. In fact, we talk to GAO often while we're writing these reports, which was very helpful for us. The topic of asset management is a big topic. If anybody says they invented it, they don't know what they're talking about. It's basically a continuation of a thought process that's been ongoing. It's actually a response to understanding how information is being used and how decision-making is being made. It was really exciting to hear the UN and GAO talk about structure and activities and objectives and methodologies and the learning process. So I think today, is all the asset management things figured out? Absolutely not. We're still figuring it out. In fact, in some respects, we can look at it as really kind of a new discipline in the conversation. So part of the challenges that we're dealing with and what we're hearing about is really just people trying to understand, well, what is this? I mean, I manage assets. Are you telling me I'm not doing my job? And we have to kind of get through all that. And that's part of a conversation. That's really what we're doing here. We'll hit a number of points on this, but to say it's a shared experience. It's an experience, and I think the UN really kind of highlighted that across the world. People have assets. People who manage those assets care about those assets and what they're trying to achieve, and they're trying to figure out how to do that. So it's really just part of the continuation of that conversation. The problem to be solved was, and we look at that lineage of reports, was recognizing that is we got a lot of broken stuff and they need to be worked on. The deferred maintenance conversation has been part of that. The GAO has recognized federal facilities as part of the high risk list. which if you do any research or looking at the history of that high risk list is actually really interesting. In fact, it's a major achievement of GAO just to recognize we need to pull these things into a list that can be recognizable. They're named. We can now go back and review those things. That's all part of the process of really problem solving, decision making, and asset management really accounts for all of that. The challenge we had when we were commissioned the report as the authors was, okay, we know the story. In fact, look at the last 30 years, we've been talking about this story. And if you read those reports from front to back, which I can say I have done that, it's very repetitive, actually. In a way, it's almost kind of frustrating because you keep hearing the same story again and again. And like, well, what needs to be done differently? And that was our charge with this report. They asked us how to take that next step. And it was challenging for the committee to figure that out. One of the aspects is first of all, we had to define like what the problem is. We ended up rallying around the word renewal. The way we use renewal isn't just make things new, it's really a systematic renewal of the portfolio. So what we're looking to do is elevate the understanding. It's not about assets. It's actually about supporting the mission in a sustainable way, but also anticipating the changes that have to happen in the operating environment. So renewal, and we introduced this in the report, is really trying to elevate the conversation to be something a little bit more than just, fixing something that's broken. In terms of deferred maintenance, which I know is a focus aspect here, the report does make a statement that it's a lagging indicator. It's really a symptom of a bigger problem. This report focused on the root cause and how to solve that problem, recognizing that deferred maintenance is a symptom of that. There's many other symptoms of that. Mike pointed out, and it's in many GAO reports, which by the way, I think we referenced and made use of over 60 individual GAO reports in the research to get ready to produce this report. We can talk about deferred maintenance, but we have to find a way to solve that. And that's what this report is really trying to focus on. When the first step, and I was just started this thought on the previous slide, was the definition of renewal. Talked about the definition of renewal. We looked to elevate it. One of the things that was really helpful in us appreciating the fact that there's different ways of thinking of things was a paper from ISO, International Standards Organization, and it introduces or discusses the perspectives of asset management and managing assets. Now, in a standards world, those are technical terms and they have specific meanings. Generally speaking, they sound kind of the same, and we're trying to figure that out. But I think what this paper does and what we found as a committee that was really helpful was it challenged us to think about, if you're thinking about it in a different way, would you come up with a different answer? We even at one point evoked Einstein's comment of, insanity, but I think we chose a different one with something more along the lines like we developed the problems that we're trying to solve. The way we have to solve them is thinking differently. Something to that effect. And Einstein's really good for that. Even if he didn't say all that stuff, it's still kind of an example of, hey, let's think a little bit differently. We did that, and we started internalizing what does that mean. The how-to was, how do we get and elevate the conversation into a different way of thinking of things? This perspective, managing assets and asset management, is good. Daniel's points earlier on the UN, I think really kind of talk about it. We're talking to those communities that are trying to figure out what to do. The passion is coming from the services that are being provided, the improvements in health and all that. That's where the passion comes from. It's really not about the facilities. The asset management is the business end of that. How do the resources go there? How do you make those priorities? How do you do the trade-offs, which is a really difficult thing to do? The managing assets, and I'm an engineer, we figured that out already. We know, engineers, architects, planners, they know what to do. They know how to do that kind of stuff. The challenge is trying to get these two conversations to happen at once to understand how all that comes together. That's the problem we were trying to solve. We developed this report over COVID, which gave us the advantage of about 18 months of a vortex of thought. It gave us time to read a lot of the materials that were there. One of the sources we went to is OMB, and we're talking to some senior directors at OMB, and they said, this is great, this asset management stuff, but have you read our policy? It already covers all that stuff, and it was a challenge. We said, no, we just know we have to follow these rules as a federal employee or a federal agency. But when you read that, we found that there were missing parts in the policy. This report goes through and does a very detailed, one could even say an exhaustive analysis of federal policy to find exactly what are the flawed points. And the recommendations start identifying the steps that need to be done and taken to address those. It doesn't necessarily say, just do this, it's a simple formula. It's really a thought process that has to happen in order to make a difference. Those recommendations are listed here. They kind of go along the lines of this. You need a system, you need an approach, you need rules of the game on how to understand things. That's recommendation number 1, facility asset management system. It builds very heavily on GAO 1957, which we talked about a little bit earlier. Really kind of set up the stage for, hey, let's take a look at these things. This is a way to start framing things. With the National Academies, we took the next step. And Mike, I think your answer was a very good answer about, hey, where's ISO 55000 come in? The National Academy says it is part of the answer. If you want a source that's going to tell you the rules of the game and the structures of how organizations behave in terms of a thought process, there is absolutely no better source available than the management system standards, and ISO 55000 focuses on management of value. There's a lot of other standards in that series that talk about the quality management. ISO 9000 is one that probably a lot of people are familiar with. They all kind of have the same thought process, and they'll do a little bit different things. We make that point. Inherent to that is some of the specific recommendations and some technical details on that. But as an example, the federal government has no balance sheet on their physical assets. You know, what is the requirements? We have deferred maintenance, but then what are the real requirements and what these need to be performed? We know that there's misconnects, there's excess property, but there's no actual statement that actually reconciles that. Like, let's go have an auditor verify that this information is correct. Things along those lines. The accounting system is actually broken. You cannot produce a balance sheet with the federal accounting system. So this report makes specific recommendations to both legislative branch and to the executive branch, specifically OMB, that you have to do things differently. Otherwise, they're going to end up saying the same thing. Number 2 is have a plan. Everybody needs to have a plan, get started, figure out where you think you might be going. And there's OMB content that covers that in detail. OMB Circular A11, which is about the development and execution of the federal budget, is actually a very good document in this stuff. There's a capital programming guide at the end, which is the business end, that says, how do you pull this stuff together? It actually requires agencies to have a plan. We're supporting that. And we're saying just take it a little bit more to talk about this kind of business sheet, business case analysis and what you're doing. Have a strategy. 3 is have a strategy. Have a plan, but know where you're going, which is also anticipate and prepare for what's going to happen next. Know that things are pretty fluid. Know that there's competing interests. Know that there's other things that happen. So you have to have a strategy that kind of helps you keep looking at the horizon moving forward and helps you make adjustments. 4, which is recommendation number 4, but also kind of correlates with chapter 4, which Pete Lufkin can talk more about in great detail, is there's a desperate need for better data, information, models, analysis. In fact, when we go back to the managing assets and asset management, a lot of what we know today, deferred maintenance as an example, condition index, space analysis, are really more of a managing asset stuff. There's other metrics that have to be evaluated on trade-offs. Like, how do you actually compare these things? An example in DoD is, am I spending money on mission or on housing? You know, on wellness or mission, you know, operations. It's not easy to make those trade-offs, but somebody has to do that. And that has to be a conversation, and there's a way to do that. That's what asset management is really all about. Number 5 is in the end, really, those 4 recommendations have been stated many times over. The number 5 recommendation I call the so what recommendation. So what? For the last 30 years, smart people have looked at this problem and have kind of come up with a consistent pattern of how to solve the problem. But unless there's actual real legislative changes on how this happens, there's nothing the federal agency can do. You have to follow the rules. You have to put the information in the way you need to do it. You have to show that you're spending the money on the authorized purposes, but there is no requirement. In fact, there's no actual incentive to actually try to be a good asset manager, be a good steward. That requires legislative change. So one of the things that the National Academy stands for, and really recommendation number 5's foot stomps is, in order for this to be different, the rules of the game have to change a little bit, and that is a legislative responsibility. So until that happens, we're going to do the best that we can, really. How to move forward? Well, to move forward is, first of all, the policies and the procedures we have, and many of those are listed here from the previous slide, and we said there's some problems, are actually really good. I can say from my own experience in the Coast Guard, was there for 20 years. I came back later as a consultant supporting the Coast Guard. It was the first time when I actually read our policy. And I felt like, holy crap, if I had read this, I would have been a lot more helpful in understanding how the organization works and how to make decisions. But it coming back to have to go through that process. But the thing is there's the mechanics of asset management. We talked that earlier slide with the time frame. We all know how to do this. We're all doing our best to do that. One of the it's kind of like a crowd pleaser, but it's because it's true. I like to say that this stuff's easy, except for the people. And really, that's all about communications. And what the ISO management system structure and all this stuff information is really about communicating, to understand what are you talking about when you say that's a priority. Have we figured out how to put that together? Those blocking and tackling activities are really the foundation for asset management. Whether you want to think about ISO 55000 or not, doesn't matter. They're all going to kind of move in that direction. So the recommendations that we have is, we call it a bold new approach. We actually use those words because we do think that there's something radical about how to do this. You have to think about the problem differently if you're thinking and hoping for a different outcome. And if we look at the last 30 years, if we do things consistently, the next 30 years are going to be the same story. And this report's really trying to provide an insight on how to take those steps. A couple aspects here, I think where it really drives home. There's a number of OMB circulars. Many of you are familiar with those. The budget and execution is kind of like how do you manage the budget, the capital program guide specifically. And there's specific aspects of that. It's actually the real property capital plan, the strategic plan, stuff like that. That has to be reconciled with strategy, budget, and programs. And there's like a three-legged stool there. If you don't connect those dots and reconcile those in a single report signed by a single authority, you're never going to actually figure out what your priorities are. There's always going to be something else to do. That's OMB Circle A11. A123 is risk management, which means you have to start understanding the trade-offs. Once you have that picture, you have to start figuring out, well, is it wellness, climate, or operations? Like, how do we balance that? That's a mature conversation. That's an executive level conversation. If you ask as an executive to do something and you're not supporting it and it's not funded, it's an aspirational goal. It doesn't really mean anything. It just means that your middle management is going to be trying to figure that out, and the people who actually do the work are just going to be incredibly frustrated. That's recognizing that communications is poor. So the asset management story is really about figuring out how to have that conversation. It also means learning some new terminology, some new steps, things of that matter. That's OMB Circular A123. A136 is the financial statements. That's accountability. The CFO Act came through and said, hey, we're going to have a CFO Act and there's going to be people sign off on a financial statement. That's a CFO. The CFO right now, it's kind of impressive, has to sign off on all the financials. And I said earlier, there's no balance sheet for physical assets, particularly real property. Both those statements are true. The CFO, when they're signing the CFO Act, is basically certifying that the dollars appropriated are spent on the authorized legal purpose. This is going to go to maintenance. This is going to go to fuel. This is going to go to something else. It's all short terms. There's nothing that looks at, did that asset actually perform what it needs to, and does it need help, renewal, that kind of stuff. So the accountability is basically built on this philosophy of asset management that establishes that, but it goes back to that point to the legislative branch. If they're not making changes to laws that are allowing federal agencies to be the good stewards that they know how to be, it's not going to happen. And this is kind of the kicker. If there isn't a person who's signing off on the reconciliation of strategy, budget, and programs that can be fired because they either made a bad decision, misunderstood something that they're supposed to understand, or chose to ignore something that they really shouldn't ignore, it doesn't happen. So the report, in a bold new way, is basically saying stuff that we're not unaware of and we're not familiar with, but we're saying in order for it to happen, there has to be changes, and changes are required from the top. On the right-hand side are a list of principles that are listed in the report. I think that's probably from a federal agency standpoint, like the action orders. You're just trying to be introduced to asset management or kind of want to think about how well you're doing. These principles were written to be assisting others in that. Well, let's take a look at things. Data integrity, this list of things would be recognizable to anybody sitting in the room or online. And it's just a starting point. The recommendation also goes over to GAO, say, hey, these are tools. If you want to go out and evaluate a federal agency, these are places to look. Start looking at that balance sheet analysis principle and see if that's actually being used in practice. Now, again, federal agencies can't do everything that they want to do, but there's a way that you have to get it started. And some of that means a little bit of pain. I mean, I'll say as an example, New Year's resolutions, I want to lose 10 pounds again. And the pain I feel is my pants are a little bit tighter than I want them to be. So now I have to do something about that. There has to be some type of feel to what you're doing here and why you're doing it. But it also means you have to change what you're doing. And that's, in some respects, really kind of the hardest part. A couple last points and then open up for questions. On the left-hand side is the performance management cycle. There's a section in OMB Circle A11 that talks about this. This is the outgrowth of GIPRA. We've all heard of GIPRA and feel that, but it's a really good document. I mean, if you want at a federal agency level just to figure out the philosophy and the thought process, the motivations behind what performance management is all about, this is a really good document. It reinforces and aligns with ISO 55000 things like have objectives, make them smart, apply them, have a conversation with people until they understand what these objectives are. It's all right there. And this is governing policy for all federal agencies. The middle point is a graphic that was introduced in strategies. It's a framework. Lay it out there. How do we have this conversation? Where do things happen? When do people participate? What to expect? What's that flow of communications? One aspect of this framework, and is to point out, it's not a criticism of the characteristics of the GAO report, but I think the characteristics of the GAO report really provided the impetus for us to take this next step. A framework as a management system, one of the things that tells is, does it have a feedback loop? It's a continuous system. So like an electrical schematic, if somebody's talking about an asset management system or framework, and you want to say that this is actually something that kind of stands up to the ISO 55000 rigor, that's one of the immediate things you look for. Is there a feedback loop? That kind of stuff. The button on top there is there's an external environment, and we're part of that. The asset management activity is part of that, and you have to talk to those people to find out what's going on. That's all part of that. On the right is a line of sight. It's basically pretty common to what almost every agency has. There's a strategic plan, there's capital plans, there's budget activities that happen, you execute things, and then you tell somebody about it and try to do better next year. So again, that's also a framework in terms of communication. So again, these pieces are things that are out there. What strategy sought to do was to evaluate the how to do it. And we tried to be clear on exactly how to do that. Those 5 recommendations are really written for a more kind of executive level community to say, wake up and do something and kind of put your money where your mouth is. Because you do have a lot of asset managers who are trying to do the job, they know what to do, if only they had the means or ability to do that. And in some respects, that is involving the authorities that are available to them. Even the ability to do trade-offs between capital dollars and maintenance dollars. You know, right now, they're all kind of stovepiped out, and it's really difficult to do those kind of things. A couple last points here. DoD, for example, who's about 2/3 of the footprint is making use of this in different ways. The word that's being talked about a lot now is optimization. And optimization is just really another word for asset management, trying to figure out how decisions are being made. This is 3 of the principles in the document, and talks a little bit about the relationship. But the operational readiness is there's some higher level objective that needs to be achieved. And there's inputs to that. There's mission alignment. What do you need to do? What are your priorities? What are the things you're doing? And then facility performance, in this case, it's facility assets, is there certain metrics. So these 3 principles really kind of work as a combination of things to help decision makers. The report includes this type of information to provide some assistance to federal agencies. One more principle is this principle. This comes from a number of different people. One of the people, Emily Herndon, is very active in this use of this principle as well. Army Corps, I think, is really kind of the originating source, is have some type of schematic to balance things out. Communications. This is about communicating information, sharing information, connecting things, but correlating risk, and actually, and to some respect, monetizing risk, because if it's going to be relevant to the budget discussion, you have to get it on the budget sheet somehow. So again, 2 more principles, or actually 3 more principles here that are kind of connecting the dots on how to go about doing that. Final thoughts. Federal agencies, our report was commissioned by the Federal Facilities Council, which is a member body here at the National Academies, made up of federal agencies. And they were like, we're tired of trying to solve this problem. Do you got any good ideas? That's how we started the process. What we recognize, it's really not your fault. You know how to do this. There's no doubt about what it takes to manage assets and the expertise and requirements to do that. Federal agencies have demonstrated that time and time again. Yet there's always opportunities for improvement, and GAO could list probably many of those. That's okay. But the thing is, but it's still in your power to make a difference. You still have to step up to the plate and still do what you need to do to be better managers. As asset managers, we're people who care. You know, our jobs aren't just doing our job. Sometimes it is, and I've had those jobs too. But really, collectively as asset managers, we're people who care. So we're going to want to try to do things. This report tries to provide some insights to do that. Again, won't go, it's not a presentation on ISO 55000, but basically it's solved. I mean, the way a management system behaves and operates has been figured out. That Chevron progression talks about major amounts of sources that have basically brought us to today and understanding that disciplined asset management is a thing. Office of Management Budget, they have a job to do. They execute the budget. It would be nice, I'd say, it would be nice if I think they took a more leadership role in this. I think there's opportunities for them to lead, and I think we look forward to that happening. Their policies are what guide federal agencies. There's opportunities to introduce, behavioral aspects, thought processes that I think for many of the agencies, particularly smaller agencies, would really benefit from. So we look forward to them continuing to do their job, and we also look forward to them to helping step up to a little bit more of a leadership role in helping us all be better asset managers. And we also thought that GAO could also make some improvements too. One idea comes to mind on the deferred maintenance as an opportunity of like the future at-risk list. It's a lagging indicator. We kind of know that story. I think maybe there's a way to frame it, not necessarily change the subject, but frame it that could be maybe a little bit more action-oriented, like the business case. I think the application of those 11 principles at any agencies would show very clearly that there's big gaping holes in the capabilities at agencies. they really kind of come together into this business case type of analysis. And maybe that's a thought to consider. I mean, it's not specifically stated that way in the report, but we're all in this together, basically. And I think, you know, all of us, myself particularly, appreciate the work that, that GAO does in this area. In fact, we use most of your reports. They're all very well done. So thank you for that. But those are, I guess, quick synopsis of the report. I don't know if we have any time.
I can't thank you enough for this comprehensive assessment of where we're at and where we can go. So thank you to the National Academies and for doing the strategies report, and thank you for this excellent presentation on it. So let's hear for Jack. And before I bring the microphone out to the audience, I'm going to ask Jack Kelly to comment. I see Amelia wants to say something. I am going to read a question from Bob Leach, who was at the Army Corps. You mentioned the work that they have done, and he's now at Woolport, and he's consulting to federal agencies on asset management. He has said similar discussions have occurred regarding a national infrastructure strategy as these recommend. Similar discussions have occurred regarding a national infrastructure strategies as these recommendations. The trouble seems to be a serious lack of appetite or reluctance to engage the problem. No real long-term national visions and an assumption that the future will be able to pay for the sins of the present. How will these recommendations overcome all of that? And I think you've kind of addressed that in terms of requesting OMB to get more involved, but I'll let you answer that question.
Yeah, I think in recommendation number 3, it talks to that. There's OMB policy that says, let's have some national strategies and stuff like that. And I think they've made valiant efforts to try to cobble something together. It is recognizably difficult because you have a federal agency who's really a federation of agencies that have different missions that don't have to be reconciled into a common national strategy. So it is something of a challenge recognizably. But I think it kind of comes back to vocabulary and understanding that there's different ways of thinking things. And this report here, or this article, is the most downloaded article on the ISO technical committee that manages the standard. And it has been, you know, used as a conversation starter many times over. I think it's a great way to do that. But I think, and of course, Bob's work is just fantastic, and really have enjoyed all the time spending with Bob. Look forward to seeing him here in a couple of weeks. But I think it kind of comes down to basic things, vocabulary, and I think this is a good way to start that. I know the committee that wrote this report used this understanding as kind of like a stage setter for the conversations that we had. And we found that thought process to be very helpful in trying to take that conversation forward. So I don't have a specific answer, but I think it all starts with, we just pick up the rope and start pulling on it. Eventually things start moving.
Is this on? I just want to make a couple of relationships between your report and the GAO work. And you have some similar findings to the GAO work, although you have taken it to a higher level. I think people can hear me, right?
It's online too.
Okay. Okay, so one thing, your 11 facility asset management principles, I think they fit directly within the asset management framework that we developed. So I think there's a nice fit with the 6 key characteristics.
Yep.
And I think that I don't work at GAO, but I think that GAO be able to incorporate them. So I like your suggestion about that. But I also wanted to mention you have 5 recommendations to OMB, and GAO has also made many recommendations to OMB. And, you know, what we have found is that OMB either didn't comment or hasn't implemented them. However, we did have one report, GAO 21596 on climate, and that came out in 2021. During the pandemic, so it may not have gotten a lot of attention. But in that case, because it was sent for Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, there was congressional legislation.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that in some cases, you are going to need legislation.
I absolutely agree. And that was a finding, or recommendation number 5 really kind of highlights that it's a so what recommendation. So what? If we don't change the way that the money is being allocated or appropriated, and like a simple answer is if agencies had a little bit more flexibility to balance their capital and operating expense accounts, they could make a lot of good happen with no more new money. You know, it's those limiting factors, and there's many others. I mean, the accounting structure is also another area. One compliment to 1957, and I was always very impressed by this after reading many GAO reports, is there's one recommendation, only one, not two, not more. And I think that recommendation, and I think is very helpful because it really shows a light on, you know, and I think by extension, it talks about this is a process, a thought process. We have to be involved in it. We have to understand what's going on. There are resources that we can use. And I think there's a lot more of this asset management story that still needs to be told. So thank you.
Hi, I have Diane Tucker from Commerce. I wanted to talk about the real property capital plan. And the capital plan is, my understanding, because we've just turned them in and they're the final ones are due in March, is that it's capital. We talk about prioritization. We talk about alternative analysis. We do talk about life cycle costs. What the plans currently, they're silent, I think, on deferred maintenance, and they're silent on risk making decisions, that trade-off you were talking about in between, how do I balance performing the mission versus, you know, maintaining my facilities. So I'm curious, you know, with the GAO report on deferred maintenance and the potential for that becoming a high risk item, whether or not, and I don't know if OMB is on virtual today or not, just something that, dare I say, asking for more work, that we expand the real property capital plan to include the deferred maintenance aspect of it and the risk decision making.
I think that's a great point. And one thing is, as a clarification, when you go and read the capital programming guide in OMB, and this is where words matter, and this is kind of technical language, it's not capital dollars, it's capital assets, which covers the entire life cycle. And in that guide, and this comes from OMB, so as much as we can, you know, throw mud at OMB saying, hey, it could be you do things better, that guide is a really good guide. And it does talk about, you know, I think the current edition is like 3 stages of how things work. You have the, I got to get the asset, I have to manage the asset, then I have to get rid of the asset stages. And it talks about specifics related to that. The capital, real property capital plan, which is listed there in some OMB memos and being reinforced, is steps that are being made to try to better do that. And I think there's just really a lot of misunderstandings, or really not understanding what's actually being stated in OMB policy. And I can understand that they can have some frustration, like, yeah, it's all right here. Why aren't we following this type of stuff? I do think there's more that can be done. In the Department of Commerce, and I'm sure you're probably aware of this, the National Academies did a NIST report, and we applied strategies as a construct to evaluate effectively the real property capital plan of NIST. And that was taking this kind of theoretical level down to a more tactical level and applying it. You know, the elements of what strategies talks about are all represented in that plan. In fact, I had the nice opportunity to actually be a member of both of those committees when we were developing that report. So it was interesting to see how that thought process was going. I think the element about what that is, and I think it kind of speaks to, we can talk about deferred maintenance, is to develop a better understanding of performance metrics. And Pete Lufkin in chapter 4 of strategies, you know, provides some depth of understanding of just how to do some of the mechanics of that. But that narrative has to be developed. And I think as agencies, having been a Fed for a while myself, you know, we're kind of still learning how to do that. And so I think deferred maintenance is part of that conversation. It's great that GAO is providing a platform to highlight that. But I think we have to recognize that deferred maintenance is a symptom of the problem. And I would be hopeful that there's more work that gets done to try to address more root cause issues. And we believe that these 5 recommendations capture what needs to be done in terms of a higher level thought process.
And I don't know if Skip Vaughn is on the line from NIST, but we are very, very appreciative of Commerce on the National Academy study that was done on NIST, because it did shed an awful lot of light onto how facility maintenance can have a positive impact on mission. And when you don't make the investment, the reverse. So thank you very much for your participation in that. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks to Commerce and Skip and NIST to support that. I know they had a lot to do with making that report full.
Now I'd like Jack Kelly, who was with OMB for 36 years and is an ALN board member, to make some questions or comments.
Thanks. And by the way, Jack, thank you for that amazing summarization of that impressive body of work. I don't know anybody else who could have done as good a job as you did. So thank you. Yeah, so OMB gets blamed for a lot of stuff, and justifiably so. Probably not blamed for all we should get blamed for. I spent 36 years at OMB, and half of it on the budget side, half on the management side. And one of the things I learned, to my dismay early on, is that OMB believes that its job is to issue policy and then walk away. And it's up to agencies to figure out what to do with that. You talk about a feedback loop, like, did the policy work and how can we make it better? OMB has no concept of that. Or if they do, it's not something they think is their job. They, honest to God, don't. And that's hugely frustrating to me. So and I'll give you an example of being an odd duck. I actually took a GAO report because I like GAO. I think they do amazing work. I took one of their reports on the mismanagement of government aircraft and turned it into an OMB circular, which is a way that OMB actually, and it basically set up an implementation schema that is self-regulating, self-governing. So it puts the agencies in charge of figuring out what the policy should be in that area. So, but the federal government, though, has 2 other big problems that OMB can't solve, and in one case won't solve. One, we have what we call a unified budget, which makes capital money compete with operating money. And that's a trade-off that's always going to be disadvantaged to capital. So that's problem 1. Problem 2, how can I say this? Problem 2 is within the federal government, and I think this is not unique to the federal government, is we have like we in our own minds, we split real property from personal property. And yet, what we don't do a good enough job of is thinking about both classes of properties as assets that have to work together to accomplish mission. And so ignoring the impact of personal property on real property and vice versa is something that we need to work through and do better on. If you take a look at, we talked about certifying to ISO 55000. If you look at the organizations that have been certified to ISO 55000, they talk about the scope of their asset management systems. In every case I have seen, the scopes focus on personal property. Because if you think about mission critical, you don't think of, you should be thinking about the building, but it's what's going on in that building that is mission critical. So the building has to support what goes on in it, which is one of my complaints. I used to be the examiner for GSA for everything but the public building service. They didn't trust me with the public building service, and for good reason. What disturbed me about GSA's, it's what it did with its headquarters. It created space that was designed to reduce the footprint. It wasn't designed to support the work that had to go on in that space, and that's a fundamental flaw. The other thing about when OMB was talking about its freeze the footprint, the early freeze the footprint stuff is like, well, we know how to count beans, so we can count the beans associated with square feet. No discussion whatsoever on mission implication. And that's just, that's not very bright, folks. So anyway, I think I'm done.
Thank you very much. Jack, do you want to make any response to that?
No, I think, I mean, if anybody knows Jack Kelly, he's a font of information. I think you even had some fingerprints on the executive order 13-327 that got things rolling. So, I mean, I'm always fascinated on the history of things, of how things kind of end up where they are and where they're going. And it's really interesting to learn, you know, the challenges that we've had to do. Some of them we've solved, some of them we solved multiple times. Some of them we still haven't really figured out yet. But I think that's really part of the asset management story. And certainly events like this, coming together, sharing this information, meeting other people who have kind of common interest in this and learning together. So Jack, thanks for everything that you've done and what you're continuing to do. And I appreciate those comments. I think they are very reflective of the asset management story that we're all learning about and trying to do something with.
And Nick, if you can bring the microphone, please identify yourself.
Thank you. I'm Karen Moore from NASA. I'm at the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in PG County. And I can assure you at the facility level, we're doing these things. We're identifying assets. We're looking at deferred maintenance. We've developed an objective system to decide what we're going to invest in or want to invest in and what we're going to offload and what's going to be deferred. We're doing this best practices at the facility level. What's not happening is translating to the agency level, because when we go to the agency, which is over there somewhere, they don't want to hear about our problems. They want happy talk. They want to know how we're going to get rocks from Mars, what probes we're going to be launching. They don't want to know that the floods where we're trying to build these probes are flooding. Okay, we are having problems translating from the ground up to the agency and then to Congress.
Mhm.
And so we run into these roadblocks and then nothing gets done because only happy talk is going to go to the 9th floor and then to the Hill. So we have those plans, they're just not going anywhere.
That's
So-
why we're the Asset Leadership Network. Jim Dieter has wisely said years ago, it's not that we don't know how to maintain our bridges. We know how to do that, as Jack said. Our leadership isn't marshaling the will of the people to address the challenging issues. And I was going to say later, so I'll let Jack comment later, but one of the things that we're going to be doing in 2024 starts tomorrow. We're going to Capitol Hill and we're bringing the report and we're pointing out to senators and representatives what is important in the report to put in as a simple statement to actually move the ball forward. We're asking them to reach out to USAID and the State Department and other Treasury, other agencies that can help with the United Nations initiatives that align with US interests. So we can do that because we're a nonprofit. So thank you for creating the documents that allow us to go to the Hill and try to address these issues.
Yeah, I mean, if the agency, my agency's leadership was required to do better reporting, the information could flow up from the facilities, and we have facilities all over the United States, the largest one being Goddard. If there was policy to say, hey, you have to report this, you have to prioritize this, they couldn't just rush off the recommendations that are flowing up from the facilities.
Jack, I'll
But
let you take
Right
that
now, it feels like they can just ignore what we're saying.
softball for some of the things that I know you can address.
Well, I think the balance sheet analysis is one of the principles we brought up, and that was with the intent that it provides requirements that you can't sweep things under the rug. There has to be a reporting of not just, how much money I have and what my deferred maintenance is, but the impact of this deferred maintenance on mission. I'd point to the 2 reports from the National Academies, one on NIH and the one on NIST that we just talked about. as, I think, an evolving thought process of how at an agency level to actually establish the business case, because it's a very delicate topic and there's a lot of competing interests and ideas. But I think with the asset management, kind of basic steps that we're describing provides a way to have that conversation where people are invited to be part of that, to contribute. It's not, try to avoid the adversarial aspect, but to kind of have that. Strategies was a challenge from the Federal Facilities Council to say, that's great. We don't want you to admire the problem anymore. We kind of know what the problem is, and challenge us to do some of the how-to. And the how-to really was basically a mirror back on leadership. If you want something to happen differently, you're going to have to start doing something differently. And I think I really appreciate what you're saying about Goddard, and of course, representing that level of asset management. I mean, that's all the work's getting done there, and people effectively know how to do what they need to do. They just need a little bit of help in getting others to understand how that contributes to mission.
Okay, so a couple more comments from online, because there's a real active community there. And also, Senator Durbin's office called this morning, and I briefly described what we're doing here. They're very excited to hear from us. Just so you know, it's working already. So maybe we can get that going. And Senator Lumen's office just sent confirmation for a meeting. So Bob Leach has follow-up, and basically it's a statement that is maybe renaming it Real Property Capital Asset Plan would encourage agencies to embrace a life cycle view, total cost of ownership that included deferred maintenance as well as sustainability. And that's just it's not a question, that's a great statement. And then we have someone from West Bengal who has been very active, and he has gratitude for this great presentation and wonders if it is required to take resilience as a parameter for valuation of asset management. And I'm just going to say yes to that question, but it's great to have that discussion going on. And lunch just got delivered, so we don't have to stall any longer. So those online, please come back and join us. And we've got bowls, a variety of food that you can create your own bowls and drinks and things outside. And as Cameron said, you can either take the escalator or elevator up to the 3rd floor or sit here, whatever is most convenient for all of you. Thanks. Jack. So we're going to start. He didn't have a chance to make an observation at the end of the discussion. So welcome, Kimon. How are you doing?
Hi, Mike. Great. Thanks for the great sessions you guys have been having. I've been watching and following along.
Thank you.
And yeah, a couple things that Jack said, and since Jack and I have been working together since back in the Coast Guard days, decades ago now, a few things that struck out at me was the fact that he was talking about telling the same story, and it's easy except for the people, which I completely agree with. The technology is there, the will is there, the ability is there. It's just the leadership part, which is important. But one thing I'd wanted to focus on, and I know that it's not just about the technology, but since there's so much other great discussions apart from the technology, I want to talk a little bit about the technology itself. And we've been hearing a lot about artificial intelligence and hallucinations. And one thing that I see from hallucinations point of view, the reason artificial intelligence hallucinates is because it doesn't have good information. It just picks up information from wherever and kind of starts making up stories, right? But as soon as you start feeding it good information, it starts becoming much more precise and very accurate and very useful. And one thing that I think is humans have the same problem. We essentially are not using good information. We have been hallucinating, or still are hallucinating, about how we are, from an asset management perspective, So for the same reasons that AI needs good information, humans need the same good information too. So we continue to stop telling the same story over and over again and start getting on with what we need to do. So if we kind of make that shift and realize that this is important to do, then that foundation of good information can help us achieve a lot of these objectives that we have. And like was described earlier from NASA, that at the facilities level, there's really great work going on, but from the organizational perspective, that's where the challenge starts coming in a lot of times. So one thing that we really need, and I see this pattern over and over again, is we need digital information. We obviously have to get together and have discussions and ongoing discussions, humans to humans, but digital information allows us to operate and automate a lot of the things that should be automated. So we have more time on the more complex decisions that need to be made. And a pattern that we're seeing in commercial real estate, and this is from the Realcomm conference I attended a few months ago, is that the C-suite is starting to realize that from a competitive advantage perspective, they need to reduce risk by using these new technologies, especially AI, and especially since COVID has completely changed the landscape, the competitive landscape of real estate. And it's interesting because the C-suite is demanding the use of data and digital information to make these decisions and reduce risks. And agencies and organizations need to look at it from the same perspective too. How can we use good information, stop hallucinating, and stop using older technologies from decades ago that are really hampering that ability to move forward? This is a great chance to make that happen. And I think from a leadership perspective, it's an important discussion to have. So thanks for letting me make that statement, and I'll continue to watch the presentations remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimon, for those comments, and we appreciate your support. Now we're starting the federal best practices in real property investment decision-making session, where we'll have a number of federal executives speak and then have discussion afterwards. And we're starting off with Chris Vick, Division Director, Bureau of Reclamation, Asset Management Divisions, because Chris has provided excellent presentations in the past. His strategic asset management plan that was developed prior to the infrastructure bill was in place. And when Congress called over and said, what do you want? He sent a very well thought out plan, how to use money. And Congress put not the whole thing in, but a lot of it in because he had it ready. And it's one of our best examples of what value a strategic asset management plan and asset management culture and thinking provides. And we're very happy to hear what has developed since we heard from him last at the end of 2022. Welcome, Chris.
All right, well, thanks, Mike. Just want to thank the National Academies for hosting today, and then Mike and the whole ALN community for bringing us all together in this environment. So I have the dreaded spot, the slot right after lunch. So please try to stay awake. Today I'll be focusing on an agency perspective on deferred maintenance. So specifically with the Bureau of Reclamation. The Bureau of Reclamation is part of the Department of the Interior. And let's see, is there a clicker? Oh, thank you. All right, so starting off with a few obligatory slides here on the Bureau and the background of reclamation, once it's up. So today I'll be just going through a background on the Bureau. Is anybody not familiar with the Bureau? How many people are familiar with the Bureau? Oh, that's great. That's great. And then talk about reclamation's deferred maintenance policy and program, and then talk about next steps in moving forward. So our mission is to manage, develop, protect water and related resources in an environmentally, economically sound manner in the interest of the American public. For infrastructure, we have about 300 reservoirs, almost 600 dams across the western United States, almost 11,000 miles of canals. This is interesting. So we've been reporting historically over the last few decades, 8,000 miles of canals. And through the asset management program, the first thing we really want to do is really have a really solid inventory of what we own and where it's located. So for the last 3 years, we've been undergoing this project to really get a good inventory of what we own and where it's located. And that number has gone from 8,000 miles of canals up to almost 11,000 miles of canals. We're pretty confident in that number, but I think we're still missing a few miles in there, but a much better number than 8,000 miles. We are the second largest contributor to the US Treasury. Does anybody know what number one is? It's the IRS. But so we're number two, believe it or not. And we obviously contribute a lot of money to the economy through hydropower as well as irrigation. All right. See if this will move forward. It worked on the first slide. All right. So we're the second largest producer of hydropower in the United States, second to the Army Corps of Engineers. And we generate enough power for to power about 4 million homes across the West. Irrigation is what we're really known for. So folks that had lettuce out for lunch today, likely that was federal water that grew that lettuce. Most of the vegetables and fruits you're enjoying right now are grown with reclamation water. We have quite the recreation program as well. We have 230 rec areas, almost 600 campgrounds, quite a few trails and boat ramps, and significant economic contributor, about $3 billion to the US economy. The Bureau, again, our footprint is solely in the Western United States. We have 6 regions. We report 5 regions. We've combined the Arkansas, Rio Grande, Texas Gulf region with the Missouri Basin region. We don't have many assets down there, so it's more efficient for us to combine those 2 regions. So you'll see 6 regions up here, but effectively we have 5. We love this graphic. This shows the Bureau of Reclamation, what everybody does within the agency. A line of sight, as Mike likes to say, across the organization. So we've been displaying this graphic at all of our regional offices, as well as our DC office and our headquarters in Denver, Colorado. So deferred maintenance. This is the SFAS, the Standard Federal Accounting Standard, definition of deferred maintenance. And this is what we use. We have a very pure definition of deferred maintenance at the Bureau. So the requirements for deferred maintenance are here. So you'll see the first 2 are SFAS, or the Federal Accounting Standards for Deferred Maintenance. And we rely solely on those standards. And then going down that list, you'll see a DOI. So that's our Department Manual, Requirements and Deferred Maintenance, which tiers off of the Federal Accounting Standards on deferred maintenance. And then we develop our own requirements based upon the department's requirements. So we have a reclamation manual. We have quite a few requirement documents that we call the reclamation manual, and deferred maintenance is one of those. And again, it works its way up back to the standard federal accounting standards. And again, we use that pure definition from SFAS. So our sources of deferred maintenance, we have 6 different sources that we mine to come up with our deferred maintenance list. The first is, whoops. Wrong way. The first is our FPMS work orders. It's an SAP program that people are probably familiar with here. We develop our budgets on a 3-year cycle, like most federal agencies. So we have what people are putting in their notebooks from the field of what they want 3 years out. If that's not accomplished in time, that becomes deferred maintenance. Our operation maintenance recommendations. So we have quite a robust internal controls program. We do quite a few reviews on our facilities. If we go out to a facility and find a deficiency, it becomes a recommendation. The field is required to put in a schedule of when that recommendation will be complete, as well as a budget. If that date is missed, it becomes deferred maintenance. Karma, that's our IBM Maximo system. Again, we have maintenance scheduled in IBM Maximo or Karma system. And if we have planned maintenance that is missed, it becomes deferred maintenance. Management's discretion, that's another one. So if a field office or a regional office, area office determines that there's an activity that should have been performed that was not performed, they have the discretion to add that to our deferred maintenance list as well. We have a few other random maintenance systems out there we're trying to get control of and roll those into other systems, but they are out there right now running a little rogue. We do mine those as well, and those become deferred maintenance as well. This is, I'm hoping, going to be obsolete within the next year or two. We're undergoing a transformation of our IBM Maximo system, a wholesale replacement of that system. We're calling that Karma 2.0, and that should be in place within the next year or two. So we have 6 different reasons. So if a field office or an engineer, or somebody wants to say, I've got a new deferred maintenance activity, they have to enter a reason on why it's deferred maintenance. We require that. So it could be a facility restriction, like an operating restriction at a facility, like if we have a safety of dams issue and we can't fill the reservoir all the way up, so we can't perform certain maintenance activities, that could be deferred maintenance. Funding, that's the classic example for deferred maintenance, right? If funding's not available, that's another reason. Weather, we have quite a few deferred maintenance activities that are dependent on the right weather. And if the weather is not appropriate, that could become deferred maintenance. Insufficient expertise. If we can't find that specialized experience to perform the maintenance, we have very specialized equipment that could become deferred maintenance as well. So we have that as another categorization. A lack of priority, we see that as well. And I've got a few examples coming up here of another activity came up that's more important to the facility. They feel like it's more risk adverse to take on the other activity. That could be a reason for deferred maintenance. And then we have another category as well. So our process for deferred maintenance is to identify, so we find a problem that needs to be fixed. We create a maintenance work order for that activity. It's scheduled for maintenance. And then for some reason or another, it's deferred. And that's the purest definition of deferred maintenance. It was an activity that was planned. For some reason or other, it was deferred. So it meets the definition of deferred maintenance. And then we enter into a database. And we're tracking those all in one single database at the current time. And then we develop reporting. And we have quarterly reports, we have annual reports that we send out to the field. And we keep a very close eye on deferred maintenance. And then we track those recommendations, that deferred maintenance, until it's complete. So with this data, we've been getting this great data, and we've really moved to just one true database. We used to have dozens of databases. Now we have pretty much one single database where we're tracking all of our deferred maintenance. So with that great data, we're creating like really great dashboards and great visuals. That's, I think, been really effective with the field and getting leadership's attention, even just using like green dots, red dots, yellow dots. You know, green is good, red is bad. If a leader sees red, they're going to start asking questions. That's how we get attention of leadership, that we have an issue. So we can slice and dice this data any way we want to. Again, it took a long time to get here, but now with this one database, we have one way of entering data, and we feel like we've got really good data. And again, we can slice and dice it any way that we want to get the right information to the right people at the right time. So here's our deferred maintenance over since 2014, so about the last 10 years that we've been tracking it. So relatively, we have got a $1 billion budget a year, roughly. So our deferred maintenance in 2023 was about $200 million. Is that ideal? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Like somebody mentioned earlier, deferred maintenance should not be considered a bad thing. I think it's healthy to have some deferred maintenance on your books, but you can see some peaks here. In 2017, we developed, you see a big peak here in 2000, whoops. I keep hitting the wrong button. 2017, there's a bump here, $614 million. And that's when we developed our requirements document. And we really started a standard way of collecting deferred maintenance. So through that requirements document, we started collecting a lot better data. We were expecting a big jump in this time during COVID, and we really didn't see it. It went up, went down from a money standpoint, but the number of activities increased. But we were really expecting more deferred maintenance on our books. We kept folks working in the field through COVID, and was actually a good opportunity to address a lot of maintenance activities during that time. So since then, it's been holding pretty steady between 179 million, about $200 million. And then again, up here, you can see the reasons why we had deferred maintenance. And this is from last year. So I'm going to just mention a couple of reasons. Deferred maintenance seems to have a bad connotation associated with it. And we've got a lot of really good examples of why we have deferred maintenance. This was specifically brought up in an earlier slide from GAO. So this is the Folsom Dam Temperature Control Device, the TCD. And what these do is basically these are gates that we can lower down, and they basically go into the intake of the power system. So we can draw water from lower down the reservoir or higher up in the reservoir to control the temperature of the water that's being released from the dam. And it creates excellent fisheries down here. We have these installed at quite a of our facilities, and just blue ribbon trout fisheries below these facilities, because we can really nail the temperature of the water right below the dam. So like was mentioned by GAO, the dam is undergoing a dam raise. We're increasing the size of the dam, the height of the dam, I believe by 10 or 12 feet, and these need to be replaced. So it was a planned maintenance activity that we're going to replace these and rehab these gates here. And then this dam raise came about, and why would we go ahead and replace these 10 years before we need to replace them anyways, do that dam raise? So that's the reason why that's deferred maintenance, and it's got a really good explanation. But you see it's a $5 million cost, and it was planned maintenance that we skipped. But again, it's a good reason. We wouldn't want to invest federal dollars into replacing these gates 10 years before they need to be replaced. So Hoover, people have probably heard the news about Hoover Dam and the reservoir elevation behind the dam. It's been making a lot of national news. So we have spillway gates at all of our dams, including Hoover. So the spillway gates at Hoover Dam are located right here on the edge of the facility. And how these work is if the reservoir elevation gets to a certain elevation, we can fluctuate the height of the reservoir with these spillway gates. Well, the water level, as you can see right here, this is a pretty recent picture. It's pretty low, and we don't anticipate the reservoir getting to this elevation anytime in the very near future. So we had planned maintenance to go ahead and recoat these gates. You can see the corrosion on the spillway gates right here, these drum gates. They're in bad shape. They need to be rehabbed before the reservoir elevation gets back up. But it's a $21 million project right now, and why would we invest federal dollars into a project that essentially we can go in and rehab these gates and recoat them, and then we'll need to do it again in 20 years. And if the reservoir elevation does not get back up to this elevation, really, is that a waste of $20 million? So another good, we made the management decision to go ahead and defer the maintenance on these gates, even though it is needed, as you can see. So just another good reason for deferred maintenance. So we have a multitude of these kind of examples across the Bureau. So just a summary, again, a healthy maintenance budget should have deferred maintenance. I would be really skeptical if anybody showed me a maintenance budget that had 0 deferred maintenance on it. I'd be asking the question on why. I'm not sure if that would actually be accurate. And again, deferred maintenance is not, it shouldn't be it has a bad connotation, it seems right now, but it shouldn't. In a lot of areas, deferred maintenance is good. I think it is healthy for any maintenance budget. Again, risk needs to be incorporated. So if you have a risky project that's deferred maintenance, obviously that's something you're going to want to address immediately. But again, you should be looking at risk when you're deferring projects. Money does not, a lot of people feel like money is the solution to deferred maintenance. That's not true. I think in certain cases it probably is, but for the large part, the funding is there, and it's just prioritizing activities. And what we do is a risk-based approach on how we budget our maintenance activities. And then finally, just moving from schedule-based maintenance to reliability-centered maintenance. This is how we get deferred maintenance, right? We have got a project, we plan, we skip that date for some reason or another. Well, maybe that's not the best way to be doing maintenance. Maybe looking at something more like reliability-centered maintenance, making sure your equipment's reliable and resilient versus schedule-based maintenance. I think a good analogy here is your car and getting an oil change. I mean, with standard conventional oil, Folks, I think the rule of thumb is every 3,000 miles, changing your oil. Does your oil really need to be changed to 3,000 miles? What about adding like a sensor onto your, just to look at the degradation of the oil versus changing every 3,000 miles? There's a lot of opportunity to save money there and create efficiencies. So again, that's the direction we want to head, is more towards reliability centered maintenance and away from scheduled or time-based maintenance. So that's our presentation and our perspective from reclamation on deferred maintenance.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that. It's reassuring to see healthy federal agency activities. And I wonder if you could give us an update on the spending, the infrastructure bill and how it impacted your ability to do your deferred maintenance. It seemed like you had a system in place already, but did the information that you present free up the funds that allowed you to be more comfortable with what's going on?
Yes, no, thanks, Mike. So we can't thank Congress enough. They provided $3.2 billion to the Bureau to address aging infrastructure issues across reclamation as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And they matched that amount. So we provided Congress a kind of a splashy, just a 2-page report on the needs at the Bureau over a 5-year horizon as well as a 30-year horizon. And our 5-year horizon was $3.2 billion. Congress took that report and provided us $3.2 billion to address our repair needs. So can't thank Congress enough. That was really a boon, once in a generation, funny boost for the Bureau. We're very happy with that money. We're putting it to really good use. The idea was, again, that was our 5-year repair needs. So Congress wanted us to spend that money down within 5 years. And we're in our 3rd year right now, and we're planning on providing about $800 million out to the field in the next couple of months.
And then what you had laid out there, it made it clear to me. And I wonder how much you're engaging with other agencies to help them or provide guidance. I know you used to engage in a asset management roundtable. Can you comment on that at all?
Yes, so we have what's called the Federal Asset Management Working Group. It's a conglomerate of Reclamation, the Army Corps of Engineers, Western Area Power Administration, or WAPA, Bonneville Power Administration, or BPA, and we've recently rolled in Tennessee Valley Authority as well.
Are others open to join that, or are your assets similar enough that that's what you feel is important?
Asset management is asset management. So I think it's irrespective of what kind of assets you own. So the State Department has engaged with us, and they have attended one of our meetings.
Okay, so for the executives that are attending, they can reach out to you and,
Yes.
and talk about that. Do you
Definitely.
physically get together? Do you have web meetings?
Yes, we have. We try to have quarterly meetings. Our next meeting is coming up here in February at Hoover Dam in Nevada.
And then I really liked the recommendations in the GAO report. They just made sense to me. Can you make any comments on recommendations specifically for you or in general? I'm not sure if you're able to do that, but if you are.
You know, we were interviewed by GAO as part of the report. We were included in the report, and the recommendations came to DOI and not to the Bureau specifically. The recommendations make a lot of sense. I think the Bureau is complying with all its recommendations right now. There are certain things that I think, we're not perfect, that we can do better job at, but I think we're doing a really good job right now with our deferred maintenance portfolio and investing in the right assets at the right time with the right amount of money.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Can we have
Thank
a round of applause?
Thanks.
And then I'd like to ask Jack Dempsey to come up and introduce our next speaker, or walk around, Roger.
Okay, so I'm going to welcome Roger Gerber to come on up. Roger is somebody who some of you know. He's a man from the trenches, so he learned asset management the hard way. And that's lots of war stories with that. But an element, Roger right now is at the helm in Army Deputy Chief of Staff, G9, responsible for a number of the programs that are really advancing the asset management capabilities in the Army. And we really welcome you to be here, Roger, and looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack, and thank you for the invite here. It was good listening to your presentation, Chris. Seeing those dams when I was in the Savannah district, we had 3 of those hydropower dams on the Savannah River and brought back memories. But we're all representing our facilities, and I agree with the comment that asset management is asset management. And if it's a building, a dam, a road, a runway, and we're all wrestling with the same problems. And one of those is IT and finding slides, but hopefully those will come up. They were emailed at least 3 times this morning, so Jack, you can probably empty your inbox. But we're all wrestling with the same things, right? Regardless of where we're at. And many of us do the same thing. So we send money to Searle. Searle's probably on the line here. And then Searle goes and studies it and puts a cover on it and sometimes develops the system, right? And you pay for it and you pay for it and I pay for it. And if you know, nothing we're going to say today is going to be anything new. But if we can find a way to channel our efforts and resources, and Congress is kind of interested in resources, at least for the Army, that could go toward a common solution for some of these. So we succeeded. So yeah, I'm in the real property asset management division within the headquarters Army. G9 used to be Assistant Chief of Staff for Installation Management, changed our name. Most of the actors stayed. And then they divided, so IMCOM became its own command and AXIM, and then we grew up and got a 3-star and got a staff number. So we're number 9. That was the next one. Oh, okay, excellent, excellent. We work with the Assistant Chief of Staff or Assistant Secretary of the Army. So we're on the Army staff under the Chief of Staff of the Army. Under the Secretariat, there's the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Installations, Environment, and Energy. And we work closely with them. And we're right now developing an infrastructure investment strategy. So all of this is very timely. So talking with Jack, you know, what would be interesting, and I'm going to talk a little bit about our systems and then talk about our approach forward. But Jack was saying, you know, the Army's just huge, right? And that got me thinking, yeah, it is huge. And we've got some pretty important leaders. So every organization has your boss, right? So we got the Secretary of the Army and Chief of Staff of the Army. Then we have these little commands here, and each one of those is led by a 4-star. And they're kind of their own god of their kingdom. And tucked under here is Installation Management Command, right? So we work with them, and then he talks with Chief of Staff of the Army and then sometimes to the staff here, right? So that's just the structure that we're operating in. And then we've got 3 components. So we got the active Army, right? NDAA has got it at 445,000. We got the reserve component. They have their own facilities. And then we got the Guard. And then the Guard gets even more complicated because they are run by a state tag and have their own facilities, and then some are federal facilities, and then there's cost share of the state facilities. So we got to figure all that out. So what the facilities to support all of that looks like is that. And in 2019, OSD published a new policy on accounting for real property. And it was a financial reporting organization.
And what it basically said is whoever the lead service for that installation is, you are responsible for accounting and financially reporting everything in the fence line. So if it's DODEA or DLA, or for the Army, if it's Navy, Air Force, we've got to account for all that. And so that's about 470,000 facilities. And that doesn't count the land. That's, whoops, is there a way? Yeah, there we go. That's about another 40,000 records, 14 million acres that we're responsible for. And then within that, so that's accounting for, and I'll talk a little more at the end, but we got a full financial audit going on, and we got to account for each one of those, and a whole bunch of people interested in that. But then we do the facility investment, Milcon, R&M, and sustainment for about 400,000 of those. And then the state's got funding, and DOD agencies that are tenants, the Working Capital Fund, RDT&E has a slice. So this in the dashed line is what we're trying to manage with our system. And that's about those nearly 400,000 structures, about 700 billion in plant replacement. Now, talking about backlog and deferred maintenance, our price tag now went over $100 billion. Now that's R&M, restoration and modernization, which is a little different number than the deferred maintenance number, because we look at both the condition and the function, and in our installation status report, we do an offset of that, but we get a cost associated with that. So when we say our backlog, 100 billion, there's a component of that that's the deferred maintenance. That number was about 60 billion when I arrived in Washington about 6 years ago. So we're obviously going the wrong direction. So that's kind of our problem of what we're working through. In addition to that, we have about 50 billion that we say we're short facilities, our deficit. So that's a $150 billion problem that we get about 10 billion. And actually that's increased here in the last couple of years with the help from Congress. It used to be about 8 billion. That's split about 4.5 billion of that is sustainment dollars. And then the balance is a mix of R&M and Milcon. And then we get a whopping about 150,000 a year for demolition to solve that $150 billion problem. So how are we going to do that? Well, obviously you can't manage it on a napkin or a spreadsheet, although we're still trying. We send out data calls every day. It drives me nuts. So there's a lot of things going on. We are sprinting as we speak. I slipped away answering emails on the way over here, but we're sprinting these 3 days on it's part of a year-long sprint, but just happens to be this week on what's called the Enterprise Business System Convergence. And that's to update all of Army's financial reporting, the GFIBs, of which we've got real property, plant maintenance, and project systems that, as near as I can tell, was the cheapest model SAP sold back in 2010. We've made some marginal improvements over the last 10 years, but it's still not very good. And then to complicate things, we've got the Guard has its own system, Tririga-based Pride. And then the Corps of Engineers as our real estate managers, for land, they've got the REMIS, Real Estate Management Information System, and for leases, Rental Facility Management Information System. And so our effort is to try to bring in that into one APSR. And so the whole question of Tririga and Maximo and SAP and everybody's got a good product out there, right? So we're trying to figure out our way forward with that. And then the other major effort that everybody's got a piece of is the enterprise sustainment management system, right? That's been around. Now, Army had the installation status report infrastructure that goes back to the dawn of computers, but it served the Army very well. It had a condition piece, it had a functionality piece, we had cost. And so when OSD came out and said, you will use Builder, Army said, thank you very much, we're okay. And so Army took the beatings for about 4 years and in 2017 said, okay, we give up, we'll go. And so we started getting the initial assessments, right? And so the metric was how many facilities are in Builder, right? Nobody cared about whether data was being maintained, just how many are in there, right? And so the last couple of years, we've been trying to get it implemented and part of our DPW process, but we're in this transition because right now we only have Builder and we got a whole bunch of other facilities out there. So we're in a mix of ISRI and ESMS, but we're putting full effort. I got 2 guys probably listening right now, so they've heard this spiel before, but we're putting full effort into the ESMS, right? And looking at those domains here. So building and then the rail, pavement, big one is utilities. And that's not just going out and gathering up a database of what somebody subjectively thinks is the condition of the water main. We're looking at actually developing something that uses sensors and other technology to do an assessment to come up with that condition index. So we're I'll talk a little more about that, but we're going full speed ahead on that. And then all of that management of this data. So today we've got ASIP for the population. It's got all of the tables of organization, equipment, and personnel in there. We got our plans that looks at the requirements. We've got the ISR I mentioned, and then because GFIBS doesn't talk to anybody, we've got HQIS, our headquarters information system that brings information from the current accountable property system or record and then disseminates it out. So we're trying to bring that into a single system and add the geospatial component. So we got the Army installation geospatial platform that's got the external features. So all of the facilities, the buildings, all the structures, utilities, and then ePrisms has got the interior, the floor plans. Use that technology to refine our utilization of the space. So that's an effort. I'll talk a little more about that. But it's very important that these are connected. Now, at lunch, I was talking with Jack and Pete, talking about, if we were going to create a new system, right? You just forget everything you've got and walk in this room and go up on the whiteboard and lay it out. I mean, in a perfect world, this would all be in one system. Politics, money, and a million other reasons, we probably aren't going to get there. So we're trying to bite the elephant a piece at a time, at least with the money and initiatives that are going on, that these talk to each other. So it's not a swivel chair, right? It's an electronic update. So when SMS says this work needs to be done, it comes down and tells the computerized maintenance management system need this work. When that work's completed, it goes back and tells the SMS work's done, right? I mean, it sounds simple, it's a little complicated because you got all those component section libraries in there that both of these systems have, right? So a little more on the SMS. So like I said, Army said, okay, in 2017, we'll go out, humor OSD. We have to report to them every year. And, Mr. McAndrew made sure that Army was getting that done. So we are getting it done. Most of our buildings are in there. But like I said, we need to get these other domains so that we can do that same assessment, condition assessment, and we need to develop the functionality capability, right? Build out the functionality capability. Because I think if you're going to do asset management, it's not only the condition, you need to make sure that you got the functionality in there, right? And the associated cost. So for the Army, when we have modernization, we got all this new equipment, we got to adjust facilities for that. We got stationing decisions, moving units all over the world to be able to do that analysis and get that into our system that generates our requirements. And then another big piece is, I mean, so OSD, I guess it's still I'm probably speaking for OSD and I'll hear later, but so we've got the facility sustainment model, that model that looks at facility types at the facility analysis category level and has that whole layout of the plant replacement value and the sustainment unit cost, right? And it gets updated. And that's what we've been using since 2003 or whatever. We believe, and we funded Searle to do some analysis that ESMS should be able to generate the full spectrum. So the service cost, inspections, that repair, component level replacement, and then if the condition gets to the point where you are going to recapitalize it, right? And so to that end, looking at incorporating that preventive maintenance services piece into what ESMS would generate, right? And so I think, I mean, most of people in here, I think, use some version of it or some part of it. If we would pool our efforts, so Searle is working on one set of problems, and I know we've got some uniqueness that they need to work on, that would separate. But if we could agree kind of on the big picture that we need to get these domains all developed, condition, functionality, and bring them together into this enterprise sustainment management system, and then really have something that gives us now, Searle is saying that this release and ESMS, we're starting to roll that out in FY24. I don't know where everybody else is, but to give that predictive analysis, right? So what might happen, right? Here's the condition of the facility, and if you don't fund it, it's going to get worse, right? And be able to show how bad it's going to be at the end of the POM or in 2030 or 2050 or whenever, right? So that's a step forward. But I think where we really need to get to is the prescriptive, right? What should we be doing or what should we be telling? Now, that's easier said than done. I mean, here at headquarters, we can create all these budgets. They're in a POM offsite as we speak. Probably right about now, they're briefing facilities, barracks in particular. We can sit here and send money down. And it goes down to AMC, and then it goes down to IMCOM, and then it goes to the installation directorates, and then it goes to the garrisons. And then we don't know what to do, right? I mean, the DPW is down there and he's getting calls from, the 4-star and 3-star and 2-star. Oh, God, I'm going to go fix that. Our systems, we're trying to get there, but quite frankly, when the money gets down, now that's not true for Milcon, obviously, that's separately appropriated, and the R&M projects are centrally managed, but the sustainment, that $4.5 billion, there's some DPW, and probably not even DPW, there's a Boyd chief down there. I mean, I know the one that I had in Wiesbaden, he had a whole stack like that, right? And he had his system for how he pulled those out. Person ticked him off, they disappeared, right? I mean, so we need to get our system to where that poor Boyd chief down there can use this to prioritize that $4.5 billion on what truly needs to be done. And, not all facilities should get the same sustainment, depending on where it's at in the curve. Here's my concern. Back in the early 2000s, I was asked, talking to Mike Hansler, our high water point was $12 billion. more than our total invest, $12 billion of Milcon. That started when we started the global war in 2003 or whatever, right? And we built all that stuff. Guess how old it is? It's about 20 years old. Guess when it's starting on the Weibull curve, right? And if we don't take care of that, we are going to have a huge problem facing us. So we really, really need to get to here where we're more prescriptive. And then, I mean, I just airing dirty laundry, but right now, the way there was an Army Directive 20 in 2020 that pushed that responsibility down the components. And, you know, there's a lot of leeway down there in how they prioritize. And I just think if we're going to get at it from an enterprise standpoint, we need a system that identifies where we need to spend our money, and then we need to prioritize that work. All right, so that's our beloved ESMS. Congress in NDA 2021 said, hey, you know, it takes you guys forever to identify, you know, where you might have some excess and where some other federal agency might be able to use it. And really it was generated by the delegation from Illinois and Iowa. Hey, there's private sector out there that could use some of this excess facilities, right? So they gave us a directive to develop a methodology for making excess available, right? And so, and they funded it. That was a good thing, right? It wasn't one of those unfunded mandates. So we ran with that, and we, using our ePrisms platform with our geospatial data, at the unit level, we, and we were supposed to have a pilot, and we have a report due back to them, and I guess now it's in 3 years. We got 10 installations that are participating, but the whole idea is that, somebody mentioned it earlier, maybe some discussion we had, that our current way, we know we have excess at Fort Moore or Fort Liberty, you pick a fort. Our current system doesn't tell us where that is. So it may be a floor here and 2 rooms over there, and that we're getting it down to where we have it at the facility level, and then we can generate the cost to consolidate, right? So human nature, you just spread out. And so units spread out all over, and whatever's left, the MWR goes in and puts a set of weights, and we have a weight room, right? And so we use all that space regardless of what we're authorized. And so what this is trying to do is put some discipline into that to say, here's what you're authorized, and here is how we're going to use that. And so these installations have identified it. And then it's available for Army stationing as we look at where we're going to move these units. Other DOD, so we got the Navy's asking, DOD agencies, right? Somebody's always looking for a room someplace, push to get out of leases. Other federal agencies, right? So we have a lot of tenants. And then ultimately making it available to the private, if it's there. So we're pushing forward with that. We had OSDIG did a little investigation, very positive feedback on that. So we think that that's a way to help us, and it's leveraging our data, and specifically our geospatial data. All right, so how do we figure out where our facility investment money goes? So 4 or 5 years ago, we developed a kind of a risk approach, and we looked at priority of facilities, and it really goes back to about shortly after I got here, the AXIM at the time, General Bingham, she went to Chief of Staff of the Army and said, hey, we got this $60 billion problem, right? It was only 60 billion then. And he said, you can't possibly need $60 billion. Go away, come back and tell me what you really need. And so we developed this facility readiness driver and identified these tiers, tier 1, 2, 3. Forscom was really supportive, USER was really supportive, and we came up with those. And so we necked that down. At that time, it was around 13 billion. We said are really our critical requirements, right? But that was just one dimensional. So we created this risk assessment that looked at the consequence, right, of failure. So we've incorporated it now over here. And then we looked at the condition and functionality. And we said then that our critical was their important facilities and their Q3, Q4. So the Q rating 1, 2, 3, 4. Q4 is less than 60 FCI, and likewise with the functionality. And so those are the critical facility. So we had already developed that, right? What we didn't have was a pretty little heat map. And so Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Chief of Staff of the Army had whatever Chief of Staffs do, got together, and Chief of Staff of the Air Force showed, I guess, Chief of Staff of the Army here, these are our facilities. Oh, by the way, we went to Congress, showed them this pretty map, and they gave us X billion dollars. And so the Chief of Staff of the Army said, I want one of those, right? Okay, so what are we gonna do? So Searle was off working on this V-time thing. And so we said, okay, let's leverage that. So we developed what we called the Facility Investment Analytics, FIA, right? It was a nice acronym and it stuck. So we've got our real property inventory, that's in our favored GFibs. We got our quality, or the quantities are in there, and then we got the condition functionality, and we put that in then and use this risk matrix to come up with what our unconstrained requirements are. And that's both for the backlog, and then we set it at 75% at the moment, repair to replacement, to come up with the recap requirements, unconstrained. And then we go through our whole program objective memorandum, POM process, come up with what those dollars are, and then generate or program then the MILCON, R&M, and demo. And for sustainment, we just use a percent. So we were trying to get to 90. We're at about 85 for barracks. We're going to go to 100% of FSM. So that gets taken right off the top, and then we divide this up. And so in here, we have had these facility readiness drivers. We want to be like everybody else. So we're developing the Mission Dependency Index. And we've done 2 interviews at Fort Moore and Fort Cavazos, great support from all the tenants. We're doing the Guard next, Indiana, and we've got 3 more to go. And then we're going to develop the Tactical Mission Dependency Index and put that in as one of the criteria. The other is senior leader priorities, so quality of life, mission readiness, and then the installation type, right? Not all installations are created equal. So we're going to have that in here. And then we're able to give a pretty picture of what we project the outcome's going to be at these levels of funding. So that's the way we've been operating now for, I guess, 3 years, 4 years. They're using it this afternoon with the chief. So what's our way ahead? And I see I'm out of time. Audit, that's like job one. So like Bill, he worries about that every night. Anybody associated with the audit, it's not going to go away. And part of that is we have to do a revaluation. Somebody, OSD, determined that we had no idea what we paid for our facilities. So we're just going to revalue everything based on a deflated PRV, plant replacement value, put in a new acquisition cost, and then get our act straight for going forward. But the good news, all that is in the process, we have picked up more real property, which then drives our sustainment and all the other funding. So there is a benefit to that. It's a pain in the neck, but we're going to get through it and hopefully get a downgrade from our material weakness in FY25. Systems modernization. So we're going to drive this EBS convergence effort. We're kind of leading that, but we want to have it tied to our geospatial so we can use that technology for our quantities. It's just crazy. We still go into this room with a tape measure, right? When we have technology to come here and find the square footage and volume in about 2 seconds. So, and then we've got to get our CMMS, and we're looking at Maximo, we're looking at Tririga. We got to figure all that out, but it has to be tied to ESMS, and then we're going to drive the ESMS. So someday there's going to be a DoD instruction come out that says Army is lead service for ESMS. I don't know what that means. Another meeting, I guess. But anyway, we have got, I think, to get our collective efforts on developing ESMS that gets all the domains, gets this interface. We all should have that same goal. Get the functionality, and then be able to generate that full spectrum of facility investment. We got this shortage problem. We've got a lot of excess. The problem is it's in the wrong place. But we have excess on installations that do have requirements. It's just we have no idea where it's at, and it's going to cost us some money to consolidate, get people into their authorized space. So we're kind of excited about the RPSA helping us with that, plus Congress told us to, so it's a twofer. And then we need to be prescriptive, both in our methodology and then in our direction. So other than that, don't have much going on, but Jack calls me once in a while and says, "Can I help?"
Oh, I just can't say how much we appreciate your presentation. And so if the Asset Leadership Network gets one of those colorful heat maps, we'll get a couple $2 billion too.
That's what we're hoping. I mean, they're overshowing them right now, so we'll see.
One of the things I found interesting was your sharing of space with other federal agencies. Can you speak a little bit more on that?
I do. So today that goes something like this. I don't know, what's a good agency, federal agency, Highway Administration. I don't know. They want some space at Fort Moore. And so they find somebody, I don't know, maybe the DPW, or they have coffee or somebody, I don't know. Anyway, they send a requirement in. It's supposed to start with our G357 stationing folks. And then we do this whole analysis, is space available? And ultimately we prepare a report of availability, which we have yet to standardize. That works its way up through the chain, finally gets to Ms. Colson there in the DAS's office and says, "Yep, there's room for them," right? This is to streamline that, where they can go in, see that there is building X with this space. Here's the cost to get it to FCI of 100. And they can put a bid in, right? And then this will facilitate that review process. Now, we're still going to have to go through, and we're working on that exactly, documentation. Ultimately, it'll end up with a permit, a USACE executed permit that allows them in there, and then the support agreement. But it'll streamline that process where they can go out and see where space is available and put a bid in for it.
Yeah, Roger, I mean, the fantastic presentation, and it's just almost overwhelming. I mean, just how the Army does what it has to do to make it work. One quick question, can you relate that to the DPW, the Department of Public Works? I mean, that's where the rubber's hitting the road. A lot of people in this community and, online are really trying to figure out how to make that resonate. We even heard some questions from NASA this morning on that. Can you just relate what you're saying and how that's empowering that individual?
Yeah, thanks, Jack. So, I've been on the USA side, so And I worked at Searle. So, when I badmouthed them, I was part of it. Know where some of the bodies are. So, and then I was at Wiesbaden. Now, I had a little bit of advantage there at Wiesbaden. When I was there, we were in the transformation, $750 million of construction there for the consolidation from Heidelberg, Mannheim, and Darmstadt. So they created this office, and I got the good part. So I got master planning and engineering, and I created an op cell to manage the moves and furniture and all that stuff. And then the DPW got the rest. So he still had to fix the toilets and all that stuff. But we work closely together, and I was joking about the Boyd, great local, national. I mean, all these people are out there trying to do the right thing. There aren't any communist sympathizers out there, right? I mean, they're all trying to do the right thing, but they're listening to you got a number of bosses out there. So what I envision is that if we can get to where ESMS is a tool, and the DPW at Fort Leavenworth got up and gave a presentation at a conference. And I mean, his opening, he got up and he says, "I love Builder," and it's boo, and then yeah. So there's mixed feelings. And I've told folks, ISRI is going away. So if you're in love with it, love on it, but it's going away. I mean, we can't do both. We've got to get the ESMS. But if we can get to where that's a useful tool for them to prioritize their work based on the condition and functionality and the MDI, I'm excited about the MDI, and Jack and Carrie have done a fantastic job. I was a little skeptical, right? I mean, you ask those two questions, you're going to get that. But I'm a believer now, right? But then it's there, and then it can be rolled up at every echelon for decision making. We can sit up here and there's a chart in front of the Chief of Staff of the Army right now that says we're going to repair 283 barracks in FY25. Who believes it's 285? It's like guessing the number of clips in a jar, right? I mean, there's a range probably of between 100 and 1,000. So if we can get to programmatically, we need to put money there, and then let the DPWs, they know best. They're trying to do the right thing. So I don't know, did that, okay. Business ops and integration division. So they're the money people. So you got the resource management people, but then the sustainment dollars and all that funding using our beloved GFIBs, they're in there and scheduling the work, the work orders that come in. And we want to tie that to the ESMS. So when that work's completed, ESMS gets updated, right? And then vice versa. ESMS is sending down what that required work is based on all the priorities, but where we're at in the degradation of that facility. Thank you very much.
So we've got one more presentation before a break, and next we'll be hearing from Chad Gilchrist, who is the GSA Deputy Assistant Commissioner for Portfolio Management. GSA has, not to be outdone by the Army, has 360 million square feet of space and 8,000 buildings. And Chad comes to the GSA from U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, where he was dealing with facility life cycle and dealing with the 30 million square feet. He has 20 years of government policy making. And I probably shouldn't say this, but I like lawyers. He's a graduate from the Maryland School of Law. So please welcome Chad Gilchrist.
We usually don't mention that last part, but thank you, Mike. So Chris had the coveted spot right after lunch. I have the coveted spot right before break. It's really a privilege to be here. Want to speak a little bit about what GSA has been doing to operationalize that tremendous body of knowledge that was presented this morning from the GAO reports, from the vast amount of work that the Federal Facilities Council and the National Academies have done So I want to provide a glimpse first of our portfolio and then some of the work that we've been doing coming out of the pandemic to operationalize principles of asset management. There we go. So the Public Building Service has, as Mike mentioned, over 8,000 buildings. About 1,600 of those are owned. The remainder of the Delta are leased. That's more than 360 million square feet of space across the country in 2,200 communities. 10 million individuals visit GSA properties every single year, whether those individuals are pursuing justice through the courts, applying for or receiving Social Security benefits in SSA facilities, entering or leaving the country through land ports of entry, or trillions of dollars that are entering the country through land ports of entry, scientists who are working in laboratories, highly specialized space, working to cure cancer, or doing forensic law enforcement work. It's a very diverse and varied portfolio. GSA is also the holder of the biggest civilian real estate in the country, and probably actually one of the top, if not the top, civilian real estate holders in the world, housing 1 million federal employees here in those 2,200 communities nationwide. I'm going to jump to the next slide, which talks a little bit about how we fund or finance that work of the over 8,000 facilities throughout the country. I'm going to try to avoid being controversial. In 1972, Congress had a great idea. Congress had a great idea to finance or fund real estate activities of the federal government in a centralized and predictable way. That idea was the Federal Buildings Fund. The Federal Buildings Fund is capitalized by rent dollars that PBS, the Public Building Service, collects and deposits those collections into the fund. We collect them from our tenant agencies, our partner federal agencies who are performing their missions in that space across the country. Those collections add up to about $11 billion annually. That's enough. That's enough money to fund the work, the reinvestment needs. You can see all the buckets at the bottom, whether it's repairs and alterations, construction and acquisition, rental of space, the monies that we pay back out to our commercial lease obligations for those over 6,000 leases. Building operations, paying the utilities, keeping the lights on, doing the janitorial work, predictive maintenance and all the like. And then, salaries for me and my colleagues within the Public Building Service. $11 billion is enough to reinvest into the inventory and sustain it. The challenge is the construct, the framework has not been applied in keeping with that original idea from Congress. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. But over the last decade or 15 years, PBS has not given new obligational authority, has not been given access to those dollars that it collects in order to reinvest those dollars into the facilities. And on average, over the last decade, Congress has short funded PBS by over $1 billion on average, which means that about 87 cents on the dollar we're able to reinvest into the inventory. Even that paints an inaccurate picture of really what's going on, because about half of those dollars have to go right back out the door to satisfy commercial lease obligations. It's about $5.5 billion worth of the $11 billion in collections goes to fund rental of space, paying for commercially leased space. Which means that $1 billion or so, $1.5 billion of underfunding comes primarily out of one or two buckets. The biggest bucket being repairs and alterations. Really comes out of construction, acquisition, repairs and alterations. What we know, and it was mentioned earlier today, we've got sort of this golden rule that the Federal Facilities Council has helped us with, this community. We should be spending 2 to 4% of functional replacement value or plant replacement value annually on the inventory. In PBS's world, and I'm just going to use big broad brushstrokes and averages, that means we should be spending about $2 to $4 billion annually in reinvestment into the inventory. The only bucket of money that looks anything like discretionary to Congress in all of these budget activities is the repairs and alterations account. and the new construction and acquisition. So I'll again lump those together. GSA as an organization is pretty lean on overhead in terms of salaries compared to other federal government agencies. And as was mentioned, I'm a recovering customer. I was at Customs and Border Protection for 14 years and with GSA for the last coming on 6. That means that $1 billion or $1.5 billion in underfunding comes right out of these areas. And instead of spending, if we're just going to use the low side of the equation, instead of reinvesting $2 billion annually, we're reinvesting $500 million or $1 billion annually. So you can underfund an agency, and I think any agency would be familiar with being underfunded by about 10% or getting a 10% haircut on its budget request. That doesn't sort of smack the conscience. But when you look at where the $1 billion is coming out of, it's more like a 50% cut. It sometimes approaches an 80% cut based on the needs that are emerging at a time. And when you do that for 10 or 15 years or more, we really are living. There was a great quote in one of the earlier documents that was up on the slide, I think when Jack was speaking. One of the quotes that struck me the first time I read it and has kept with me since is something along the lines of, given this construct, the way that we are operating collectively in the federal space, is that we are spending our inheritance and wasting our assets. That's what's happening when we're underfunding capital reinvestment needs by about half, year in and year out. So we know, and great presentations earlier today that sort of helped set the foundation of some of the work that GSA has been doing. We have too much space. There's more space than we need in the federal enterprise that PBS is responsible for. More space than is necessary. It's in the wrong configuration. It's in the wrong condition. It's on average 50 years old since its last major modernization or reinvestment. Those trends were true pre-pandemic, and they've been accelerated post-pandemic. We know that through the work of the Federal Real Property Council, we've focused as a federal enterprise on freezing the footprint and reducing the footprint. GSA has made great strides in doing just that. GSA came off of the high-risk list for leasing that Mike and Matt mentioned earlier and that Amelia mentioned earlier. We came off of that list because of our reduced reliance on expensive leasing. We still have a tremendous challenge, though, given the trends that have accelerated post-pandemic on utilization of space and what that means for the mix of owned and leased assets. So in the last 2 years, emerging from the pandemic, GSA has acted in a concerted way to sort of re-wed ourselves to the principles of asset management, analyzing the entire inventory of owned assets against the characteristics of condition, utilization, financial performance, and cost to house alternatives. So there's a lot wrapped up in that. But what it means, to borrow a phrase from Roger earlier, just a few moments ago, he said, not all installations are created equal, not all assets are created equal. So we've got 1,600 owned assets. Some of those assets are high performers financially. They produce a lot of revenue. They've got low liabilities or deferred maintenance and repairs and low renewal investment needs. They've got very low degrees of vacancy, and they're well meeting mission requirements. That's a very minority of our asset, of our candidates. You've got the flip side of that as well. And you've got assets that have higher degrees of vacancy or underutilization, high degrees of deferred maintenance and liabilities and reinvestment needs, and potentially with requirements that are better housed in a lease environment. And oftentimes, PBS and GSA is asked, what's the appropriate mix of leased to owned space? What's that right ratio? The right ratio is really an asset by asset consideration that sort of stacks up to your portfolio level view. If you have an asset that has $300 million worth of renewal needs or reinvestment needs, deferred liabilities, deferred maintenance and liabilities and others, and it's 80% occupied, if 20% of that space is vacant or underutilized, and if you can lease in that market for $15 or $17 a square foot, and it's just general purpose office space, it's easily replicable by the commercial or private sector, that's a great candidate to be housed in lease space. On the flip side of that, if you've got an asset that has a very specific mission-driven requirement that is built out for special law enforcement space, special law enforcement mission characteristics or laboratory requirements or courthouses or ports of entry, those are great candidates, especially if they're in expensive markets, to be federally owned and in the custody and control of the government in perpetuity. So we wanted to analyze the entire inventory so that we could sort of rack and stack, segment the inventory, and know the difference between our core assets, our long-term holds, and those assets that were on the other end of the spectrum, that were either more likely disposition candidates or candidates that could find a higher and better use under a different, under a different purpose than serving general government requirements. And there was a real opportunity and a recognition in this process that because we as GSA are the largest civilian holders of general purpose office space, that office space was the real opportunity. So I'm not going to speak today too much about land ports of entry or courthouses. Land ports of entry were fortunate enough to receive over $3 billion worth of investment in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And GSA is working in partnership with CBP to implement those projects. Something that was near and dear to my heart because, worked very diligently on the asset management framework within CBP to build the credibility and the premise for reinvestment in those assets that were just like all of GSA's assets by and large at the time, 40 years old and designed under an era where CBP's mission didn't even exist, let alone the mission of, the mission of the ports of entry today. But the real opportunity to move the needle today is in general purpose office space. Office space that we know across the federal enterprise was underutilized pre-pandemic to the tune of 30 or 40%. 6 or 7 seats out of 10 were filled pre-pandemic based on what we know from customer intelligence and feedback from customers and other data sources. And what we know from the work of GAO and the work of the federal partners in that recent study on CFO Act headquarter agencies is those numbers were turned on their heads. So instead of 6 or 7 seats out of 10 being occupied on average or peak average, it's the flip side. 3 or 4 are occupied if we're being really generous. And it's 6 or 7 seats that are empty in the CFO Act headquarter agencies buildings. Now, that means that we've got, again, reinforcement of this principle that we have more space than we need, but it also harkens back to something that Roger mentioned earlier about, it's that office over here and it's this floor over here. It's not this popular concept of there's just a big empty federal building that's waiting to be disposed of. It's Swiss cheese vacancy. It's a game of Tetris that we're trying to figure out how to rack and stack to appropriately optimize the inventory. And because of that, it takes money to save money. It takes investment dollars to get out of underutilized asset B into core asset A for a variety of reasons. One, for the very basic move and replication costs of getting out of building B into building A. But you also have to make sure that building A has an HVAC system that's functioning properly, that can appropriately handle that potential densification, a roof that doesn't leak, elevators that work, a building envelope that's sealed, and hopefully also that building is either now or on its way to being a high-performing federal building, meeting the characteristics of high efficiency and high sustainability asset. But because we're spread too thin, we lack the ability to really target the revenue that we do collect onto those core assets, again, to the principle that we've got more space than we need. So that was the start of this process that we did nationally, and we called it our national portfolio planning process. We provided sort of central office level data on those characteristics of condition, vacancy or utilization, performance, and cost to our regional practitioners, our experts who know those assets, customers, and markets best. So it's not a series of central office professionals working with a 3,000-mile screwdriver to trying to come up with solutions. It's practitioners in our regional offices throughout the country who, again, are versed in those individual assets, customers, and markets best to come up with a real-world view of the portfolio that is couched against customer intelligence. Customer intelligence that helps us complete the equation with the demand side of the equation. Most of the data that GSA or PBS has access to comes on the supply side of the equation. So there's a recognition that we need to marry that with the demand side of the equation, the agencies who are working out of these facilities to perform their missions. And then a recognition that this is not just a planning exercise for planning's sake, that the rubber meets the road at an execution phase and needs to be realized in annual budget submissions in our capital investment plans, our capital budget submissions. The projects that we prepare for disposition are the locations that are disposition candidates, and our lease optimization strategies. So where we invest, where we divest, and where we smartly lease. Smart leasing decisions, again, sort of going back to that discussion of net present value and what characteristics are appropriate for leased assets versus those that are appropriate for owned. So when we reinvest in core assets, when we dispose of underperforming assets, and when we smartly lease, the idea is that we're preserving revenue, that we're shedding liabilities, we're shedding those underperforming assets and the vacant space that does no one any good, whether it's agencies, GSA, the taxpayer, and we're applying the principles of optimization and modernization that hopefully results in fewer buildings and better buildings. And the question is, can you dispose your way there? Can you just dispose your way out of the challenge and not sort of wrestle with this investment side of the equation? Unfortunately, the math never pencils out without access to revenue. So without that money that it takes to save money downstream, PBS can't afford the consolidation projects that are necessary to get out of building A into building B. PBS can't modernize those facilities to make sure that the elevators are working and that the roofs aren't leaking and the HVAC systems are ready. And we can't produce that inventory that represents trends in the industry right now of a flight to quality. No one wants to collapse out of class C building B into class C building A. It's going to take some level of sort of attraction to a high performing federal building that's going to meet mission requirements, that is going to be, again, breathing life into the principles of high performance federal buildings, meaning that they're going to produce less waste, they're going to be less expensive to operate. Facilities that PBS modernizes and meet those principles of high performance federal buildings beat their legacy counterparts in terms of O&M costs by 25%. They are 43% cheaper to operate than their commercial sector counterparts when they're optimized to PBS standards. The short version of that, though, again, harkens back to this principle of it takes money to save money, and we can't get out of building B and C into building A without the move and replication investment, those costs, and without making sure that building A can house them. So it's a real privilege to be able to speak as a career executive about some of these critical success factors, and I keep messing with the wrong button down here, which is to say, for years, PBS has sort of danced around this issue of full access to the Federal Buildings Fund. It's now a matter of, in the FY24 president's budget, a matter of a legislative proposal that was part of the president's budget in terms of full access to the Federal Buildings Fund, full access to those collections. And if PBS were to receive that full access, PBS isn't asking for an additional $1 billion to be appropriated. PBS is simply asking for, or PBS isn't even asking for the $10 billion that it's been shorted over the last decade, merely asking prospectively of Congress to be able to use the collections that are applied into the fund and reinvest them into the inventory. If we were able to do that, and if we were able to sort of use the trends that we've seen to date to reduce square footage, a 30% reduction in general purpose office space, for instance, would mean that we could save over $6 billion in downstream cost avoidance, $6 billion annually in snowballing deferred maintenance and repair renewal investment needs that have doubled over the last decade and are projected to double again. So right now the system is blinking red. This lack of reinvestment has meant We've got facility condition index numbers that are continuing to flash red and go through the roof. If we do nothing, we will be focused on an inventory that again is spread too thin, but is only barely making a safe place to operate, making it a safe place to operate for federal tenants and customer agencies, making sure that fire suppression systems are working. We're already struggling with elevator entrapments throughout the country, fire suppression systems that don't work, security guards that are being put on fire watch that have to walk through buildings because these systems are past their useful life, well past their useful life. So they're more expensive than they need to be. They're in the wrong configuration and there's too much space. If we target our limited resources and those collections to the areas of greatest need, the result can be an inventory of high performance federal buildings that well meets customer agency mission requirements, that can attract and retain the emerging generations of talent that right now, perhaps if they walk into a federal building, will turn their nose up and walk right back out because it's an asset that was built in a different era. You've got agencies that are, again, working to cure cancer, and in those very same buildings, there are built-in ashtrays in the walls. Like, the absurdity of this can't be overstated. So it's a real opportunity for us at the moment to capitalize on the trends that have accelerated post-pandemic, the trends that we saw pre-pandemic, and to really partner with customer agencies who know how to do this with GSA. The lease expirations that we saw pre-pandemic, many customer agencies were averaging already 15, 20%, 30% reductions when they went to renew their commercial lease space through GSA. That was pre-pandemic. So the question we have to ask ourselves now is, do agencies need more space, less space, or about the same amount of space than they had pre-pandemic? And I don't think it's not controversial at all to say that agencies likely need less space than they did. And all the data points in the GAO report and the CFO Act headquarters study, all the data points back it up. The Castle card system data that we see in the commercial sector says, in terms of the RTO, the return to office construct, that 50% of private industry is sort of back in offices. Commercial vacancy rates are approaching 20, 21% right now. Net absorption continues to rise. We may see that turn the corner in this year, but we may not. All of that is to say that the realities of pre-pandemic, if we focus even just on that, there's an opportunity to save billions and billions of dollars, but it's going to take some initial upfront investment to allow us to mine that value. And that's the work that PBS has been on in partnership with our customer agencies, in partnership with OMB and the White House and their support of the legislative proposals, and some of the sort of discussions that we've been having with Congress on a technical assistance level. Privileged to be here today. Happy to answer any questions.
Here.
I appreciate the end of your discussion on the portfolio planning strategy. I wanted to ask you about the GSA IG's work, because I'm sure you know, a couple of years ago, they issued a report that raised a number of questions, and it's also in their management performance challenges for 2024. It raised questions about the building assessment tool, the accuracy of the data, the decision lens and the criteria that are used for prioritization, some staffing issues, and also the ability of GSA to manage additional funds from the Federal Buildings Fund. So could you comment on that?
Super question. Thank you for that. So for starters, I do think that there's a good level of sort of the latest improvements in the building assessment tool, that tool that GSA uses to identify building facility conditions and deficiencies at the building or asset level. So there have been significant improvements. Some of those are reflected in the recent GAO report that came out in November on deferred maintenance and repair. What we know about the booked liabilities through the building assessment tool 5 and 10 years ago was it was an underrepresentation of the true liability count. That's still true today, but at an order of magnitude that's significantly less. So there have been great strides made in providing engineers on the ground with tools to utilize and resources to utilize the building assessment tool to reflect an accurate condition picture. I think a great view, though, into this challenge that PBS has and is not unique to PBS is the recent FFC report, which is to say that sort of building deterioration or deficiencies is only a portion of the equation, that reinvestment needs and renewal needs is the more accurate picture of the holding costs of assets. So what PBS tried to do in these stages of the process here was to say, based on a desktop level at a national office sort of view, here's the building deficiencies that we see in the system that help us to preliminarily rack and stack assets. When we went to this regional validation stage, we asked the building engineers, asset managers, and planning managers to scrub and validate those numbers and to say, if the federal government is going to stay in this asset for 10 years, what are the reinvestment needs that are going to be commensurate with that holding period? And that allowed us to apply a multiplier to the information that was in our building assessment tool to get a truer picture of what reinvestment needs are. So that's sort of a bridging solution to a more perfect world that we envision in the future with, and it sort of harkens back to some of Roger's discussion as well, about looking at our CMMS system, looking at the information that's in Maximo, looking at our building assessment tool, and figuring out how to make sure that those on a more recurring level take a little bit less manual care and feeding in order to stay fresh, so that this exercise isn't so manual every single year. The other thing that I'll say is that the ability to execute, which was the second part of your question, is something that PBS is very proud of on its minor repair and alterations program. So this is a significantly undercapitalized or underfunded portion of the inventory. It, on average, receives between $300 and $400 million annually for minor repairs and alterations. Those projects that under GSA's construct are below $3 million and change in terms of a dollar value level. At a $400 million level of investment annually, if we're just for purposes of discussion here, if we're looking at that program and that magnitude and looking at similar programs across government, PBS's track record in executing those dollars is one of the best, if not the best. PBS receives no year money. Those minor repair and alterations dollars are $400 million worth of funds that don't expire year over year. And we obligate it, we get it on contract 99.9% within a year. And 99.9 or 99.6% is as good as 100%. I don't think we would ever want to even approach that level of risk with a reconciliation on the books at the end of the year at a true 100%. So for purposes of discussion, even though it's no year dollars, we direct those dollars and get them on contract to projects that are identified through a prioritization scheme that we know are focused on meeting portfolio objectives. So they're focused on serviceability of assets and building systems, that they're in keeping with reducing liabilities and preserving revenue and reducing downtime on customer agencies. So that track record of executing the minor repair and alterations program is something that we want to build upon, knowing that there are needs that are well beyond that annual funding level of $4 billion. And I expect that future budget requests will be reflective of that, reflective of this sort of pivot towards new construction activities and towards taking care of the inventory that we own and that we have and reducing its size, using those dollars to reduce its size so that we're not spread too thin. In addition to receiving, I'll get right to it. In addition to receiving less funds than PBS needs in order to meet its mission and to reduce its backlog, the other negative consequence right now is that we're receiving funds for things that we didn't request. It's really exciting to build a new courthouse, there are a number of new courthouses that the GSA has received appropriations for that weren't part of its portfolio plan. That, those were funded through congressionally directed funding, which is, part of our reality. But then it speaks to this notion of robbing Peter to pay Paul. So, Michael.
Question from Julia Tritz from the Department of Labor. I have, if GSA get full access to the FBF Federal Building Fund, but are unable to consolidate an excess, keeping in mind recent agency directives to increase on-site work, are they thinking about what additional monies would be needed to address the deferred maintenance and repair costs?
So if GSA doesn't receive access to the revenue and collections that it makes, the math never pencils out. And there's no other magic money that will help solve it. That's unfortunately the path that we're on right now is if we receive historic funding levels and the inability to consolidate, we will see assets that are truly run to failure, that don't support mission requirements, and that are affecting health and life safety. We'll be more reliant on expensive leases that we shouldn't be in, and we'll be back on the high risk list for leasing that GAO publishes. I think that's the reality that we'll be in if lack of access to revenue isn't given. The wonderful thing though is the flip side of that is true. If access to revenue is ultimately granted, we can do all these wonderful things of making sure that the resultant facilities meet their portfolio objectives and support customer agency requirements.
Let's have a round of applause. Thank you so much, Chad. We appreciate your interest in the Asset Leadership Network and the Federal Facility Council. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take a break and come back at 2:30. See you then. And
out there. So one of the things on deferred maintenance, we, with the financial audit and readiness kind of efforts, we also got a finding that we did not have before, a reproducible way of calculating deferred maintenance and repair. And so a process would put in place to improve that. It is based on our sustainment management systems where we have them. So for utilities, we don't. And the quality and the quantity of stuff in Builder has increased. So in between 2018 and now, many more assets are now inventoried in Builder. So we have more data to work with. We got a task a couple of weeks back where someone wanted us to go back to 2013 and show how our conditions have changed in relation to our funding. And we were kind of sheepish. She said, we don't have the data that goes back that far. If we do, we wouldn't want to go to the bank with it. So there's sometimes some surprise that we don't have a longer history of data that we can say with confidence represents a true picture of our conditions. But we are driving even more to get every asset, no matter how important or small in nature. For the DM&R effort, so we're pulling from an SMS system where it exists. Where it doesn't, we're using other methods. So if a building is incompletely inventoried, we might take other buildings in that same CAT code and estimate what the deferred maintenance is for that building, based on its age and its CAT code. Not the best method, but until we get our inventory fully cleaned up. And I say our standards are relatively high for whether we are going to use SMS for DM&R estimates. So about half of our facilities are contributing that DM&R number through the sustainment management system data. I know one of the reports that came out from the team was suggesting other means would be preferable to using SMS data. And that may be true. We're not quite at that point where we're ready to make that jump. I did like, sorry, I'm forgetting the first name. Maybe it was Chris from the Bureau of Reclamation. That idea of having the reasons for the DM&R, I think that's fantastic. I wish we had that at our level where we could identify why, because the reasons these numbers jump up, which you'll see in a moment, is quite a challenge. And there's definitely sticker shock from our management when it jumps up billions of dollars from one year to the next.
So here you can see 5 to 6 years of our DM&R numbers. And our data, really you're seeing that increase in the number of assets from 2020 to 23. Some additional bases were brought into the fold. So some of our outside the US bases that are now part of Air Combat Command, Al-Udeid and a few other, sort of expeditionary bases that are now enduring. All those assets are now part of the dialogue. We have found on base assets from a real property of folks who are combing, looking for these buildings that for whatever reason weren't properly captured. But also just changes in the cost data, the cost book that's behind the builder, SMS, and paver. Those numbers have been updated the last several years. And so, our PRV numbers are going up as well, plant placement value, and the DM&R, similarly is going up. And there are definitely a few people at the Pentagon who are quite skeptical about whether we really know what we're doing because they see these numbers. And we're not happy to see these go up either, but it's encouraging, I guess, to know that we are not alone in having some of these big increases in our reported DM&R numbers. Do we think we're going to get this funded? No. And when people ask, well, why was it 28 billion or is it now, 46? And the exact number to me doesn't matter that much because it's way more than we can afford. So the point is we need to do something about it, and managing our portfolio is really the key piece. So I kind of got ahead of myself, kind of explaining some of the reasons for it. We know that our portfolios are continuing to degrade, and so I didn't mention that, is that regardless of these external reasons, we are underinvesting in our portfolio. And where we are investing, we can't always quantify the expected benefit of that investment. So when you renovate a 40-year-old building, there's code upgrades and other things that, are the right thing to do, but they're not changing the condition as we measure it. They may be improving the functionality of the building, which frankly, we don't measure currently. And that's something that we're going to have to move toward. Other times it's the layout of the building just doesn't support today's missions that are sitting in there. So there's a lot of reasons why if you were walking through there, you'd probably agree, yeah, this building really needs a rehab. But we do need to, and we are encouraging our local managers to not just look at that facility in isolation, but what other options are there. We foot stomp consolidating into other facilities constantly. But if you're the GS 11 or 12 programmer who's been told to put a project in there, not necessarily going to feel empowered to propose squeezing those people into another building. So policies have been put in place we established a facility space planner position where it was kind of an additional duty before. And there is some data collection going on now to properly calculate according to we have an Air Force manual for how much space people deserve at various levels and roles. However, there are more than a few functions where training space for a particular mission might not have a particular space standard created. So when these teams go out in the field and sit down with an operational mission, it is sometimes the assertion of, the leader of that function that, oh no, we do need this space. And I won't even talk about, in the flying squadrons where there's a room that's for, briefings and appreciating history and heritage rooms and other things where you could put 20 people in that room, but it's used for other purposes. So there is also an Air Force reorg in motion at AFIMSC. On top of that, Mr. Winterger alluded to potential changes at the higher Air Force level about our major command structure. And so that's certainly going to affect things. But part of what we realized is that we are kind of just barely staying ahead of kind of the current state and trying to influence the POM with the best data that we can, so that the funding advocacy. We're not really in a role to dictate what bases do. So we can dangle the money out there and encourage the right behavior to fund that project. But what we really need to do is to be able to say, we are not going to invest in this building anymore. And you should close this building and I believe that we're going to have to get to a more directive role about when to close certain assets and when to determine it's time to pull the plug on it, so to speak. Those authorities, there's some debate about the level of authorities we have, but certainly with the installation commanders, we need some additional authority that we do not currently have in San Antonio to drive some of that. And so that's being kicked around in the building as far as policy goes. And there's going to be a healthy debate from different corners about, are we stepping on the toes of our leaders to do the right thing in the field? So that will be something that will be decided certainly above my level. Other things, just knowing, what are the right standards? What should the standards vary by mission or by function? We have tactical NDI, so locally people can determine the relative importance of various buildings. The category code of that building, we have standard CAT codes, but now we have tactical MDIs, so locally that building's importance can be reflected. So if you're an education command, you're going to view certain buildings different than if you're a bomber wing. And then at the strategic level, to what degree do MAGCOM number ones compare? If you think about our SecAf's priorities and the types of conflicts we're concerned about and the risks we face, which number one runway project takes precedence, or is it that utilities investment out of Space Force Base? And so for those large projects and not a lot of money, we can't just, take care of the MAGCOM's top 3 priorities and call it a day. So this is a journey that we're going to continue to be on. I think we would certainly support any OSD guidance to sort of force our hand in reducing our portfolio. I think that would be useful. I look forward to ESMS with more capabilities than our SMS currently has. The challenging part is figuring out when do we stop working on our own models that are in various stages of development, and how patient should we be for a centralized solution to come around. That's really the main thing we have. We are certainly interested in what some of the other folks have talked about here today, and we do a lot of advocacy to the field about asset management. We still have some tools that we need to provide them. So we haven't given them like an action plan template to say, here's what your activity management plan should look like. We more tell them what to consider when they program projects, but we don't really have a system. Our IT systems don't currently reinforce the framework that we espouse. So we still have a little ways to go on our journey. But the group of people who agree that we need to work on it is increasing. So that's some progress. And I'll pause unless Mr. Weniger has something to say or there are questions.
Russ, do you want to jump in? You really interested me when you talked about dangling funds. And we're here to share best practices. And from what we've learned in past presentations is the power of the purse is probably the most important cultural change agent possible. Is there anything that you can share in terms of what you have done in that dangling process that other agencies could learn from?
It's a limited step. So of the sustainment money that we receive, about 60% of it goes out to the bases, and then the other portion is reserved for projects, essentially. So we decrement a chunk of money that the bases earn from their facility sustainment model, and then the 60%. So they call it a tax, not an incentive, but we basically hold back a little of the money. And so, for example, if they meet various data quality as their currency and completeness and builder at a particular level, and once we kind of got to that point, then there was specific, so for example, on the manufacturer type of chillers, you go to any base and you might have 5 different manufacturers' systems in place. There's different training and certifications required. And over time, we would like to move some of these bases towards fewer manufacturers to simplify the ability of the maintenance people to stay on top of it. So there was a data gathering we needed to do because there's a justification you have to do for the contracting world to justify the need to reduce the number of systems. So we lacked some of the manufacturer data in our systems. So there was, each year, there's sort of an evolving sort of target for gathering data that will get you 5% of your FISM that you earn.
Awesome. That's really good. Russell?
I think Brian's pretty much captured the scope of what we've been working on hard over the last few years, improving data quality, bribing the bases to do the work that they need to be doing. We're improving on our data quality from the SMS world. We're improving on our data quality from our capacity analysis so that we know whether we're 80% using a building, 90% or 20%. So we were not there yet. We're getting better at understanding the utilization rates. And that's another one of those things where we're using the power of the purse to help guide direction. Of the 100% of money that we would send to a basis, this year we sent them 80% of it and held 20% back and used incentives to help make sure that they're doing the work that they need to be doing to help the Air Force move along. Over.
Russell, this is Jack. Just gonna have one question, but I want you to maybe develop a point you made, a 20-year journey. I mean, people talk about, like in the military service, a career, or I mean, a tour, a couple of years, you take a swing at it, you try to do, but I think a powerful element of the Air Force story is it's really a generational journey. I mean, it's measured in decades. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on how the Air Force has kind of enculturated this asset management thought process and how you've been able to leverage that for positive gain?
Well, we started the macro with a journey through a major reorganization effort. As with most things that happen on a government level, people were pulling the financial rug out from underneath us, and we had to do things smarter. So 10, 15 years ago, when we're getting our heads together, we realized asset management was a way to get there. The way that we have continued the culture is 1, 2, 3, or 4 people in the right places have been able to do some remarkable efforts to help put the right tools in place. And those tools, coupled with the work that small team and now a bigger team and now a bigger team have been able to bring to bear, are helping us do a better job. So while your team rated us kind of low on change management, I think you looked at it from a different perspective than I do. I think we're actually doing pretty good because we're growing the culture. And it's that process of harping and continuing to sell specific parts of what we're trying to get better at: data quality, utilization, meeting fire requirements, or whether we've got the right things recorded in our real property records, all those other things that contribute to it. Let's do the small things right. Let's do them well. And then at that point, we start to make the switch of how we can do the bigger rocks and let that culture catch up to us for what we need to get at in the long run. I've been fortunate enough to be in one place for 8 years now, to where I can do the little bit that I can to influence it. But we've had some other great leaders along the way that have helped push the noodle to try to be able to improve communication up and down the chain, to try to make sure the right things are being focused on, and to put quality people like Brian in place to be able to do the things that we need to do. So hopefully that took care of it.
Well, I would like to ask Brian what that generational perspective looks like to a slightly younger generation, and how it impacts the culture. Do you see that the culture is understanding the long-term nature?
Yeah, the journey, when I became aware of it, again, yeah, it was around PAD 702, or I think, but yeah, around 2008 timeframe is when our Air Force civil engineer went and engaged with industry to see what they were doing and how we could do things differently. So you think about military careers, and so people who are maybe partway into their career as an officer, many of them are quite suspicious of this just being some fancy language in stratcoms from the Pentagon. Now, years later, we have classes in place as we educate our, enlisted and our new civilians coming in. We have now IT systems that can help them do some analysis, and there's gaps, but the things that we said we were going to be able to do, now there's data for them to work with. So now the new crop of majors and lieutenant colonels have kind of been exposed to this through most of their career now. So we're definitely in a different place. And if anything, what we frequently hear is what are we waiting for? Why aren't we going faster? Which is encouraging to hear from the folks that were asking us the tough questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Russell, for beaming in. We appreciate seeing you, even if it's long distance. And let's have a round of applause for the Air Force. So the National Institutes of Health has a very special relationship with the National Academies. And I'm not sure it's going to be addressed in the presentation by Gardner Bayless, the Senior Capital Program Manager at the National Institutes of Health, the Office of the Director. But if he doesn't mention it, that'll be the first question. Okay.
Thank you so much. You appreciate that. Thank you to the National Academy and Federal Facilities Council for inviting us. For those, I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction. The National Institutes of Health, for those who aren't familiar with it, is an operating administration under HHS, Health and Human Services. And it's located, I'm in charge of, excuse me. Basically, I provided an overview. Then I'm going to discuss the consensus study that was developed with the National Academy, as well as then our project scoring and prioritization methods, our deferred maintenance changes over time, and then a framework for deferred maintenance reduction. So National Institutes of Health are 27 institutes and centers working to improve health and longevity through scientific and clinical research. We have the 7 campuses, with the primary campus located in Bethesda, Maryland, which has more than 14 million square feet and almost $11 billion worth of plant asset value. NIH's Clinical Center is the nation's largest hospital devoted entirely to clinical research. Some of the information, it may sound familiar from earlier presentations, but I'm going to go ahead and say a fundamental facilities challenge is that many consider facilities to be a cost center rather than a leverageable asset. And it's unfortunate that a consequence of this is that maintenance virtually always is underappreciated in budgets and therefore underfunded. An observation from an R&D perspective at NIH is that in our research, there are occasions where programmatic programs will change, research programs will be developed and funded, and facilities are an afterthought. This is too often the case, and it only deepens the financial challenge that facilities have in managing deferred maintenance and maintaining repairs at a manageable level. Programs can blossom quickly, but as we all know, facilities to support those programs take time to develop. Currently, the National Institute of Health's deferred maintenance and repair, which we call backlog of maintenance and repair, is at over $3.8 billion. As was mentioned, the National Academy had performed a consensus study with NIH in accordance with the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2017, where NASM assessed the condition of facilities at the Bethesda campus. There were basically 14 recommendations which fell into 5 categories: current investment condition, capital asset management, current strategic planning, future capital planning, and biomedical research and capital assets. 2 of the major takeaways were 1, governance, and 2, deferred maintenance management. And governance, as a research agency, Facilities, as I've mentioned, must evolve to accommodate evolving science. And in order to do so, NIH has facilities governance under its facilities working group, which its membership consists of institute directors, executive officers, and scientific directors from the various institutes. The Research Facilities Advisory Committee, then RFAC, is a subcommittee under the Facilities Working Group, and it is designated to provide strong guidance to lead as the lead governing body, prioritizing our capital projects. And thereby, we're ensuring that scientific needs are integrated into the prioritization process. Our prioritization model was updated in accordance with the NASM recommendations, and RFAC applies mission criticality and facility condition scoring at I believe it's 80% of the scoring weight, which aligns with the recommendation from the study. Further, NIH has been directed to brief congressional appropriation staff on all projects exceeding $3.5 million. And the attributes reported include the scoring and the resulting prioritization for construction funding, as well as budgets and schedules. This briefing requirement has proven really effective in increasing NIH's, HHS and OMB and congressional awareness on NIH's capital project management and facilities conditions. Our deferred maintenance is really in two categories. One is buildings, and NIH does work to create large projects as a best practice. Large projects where an entire wing or a building can be vacated to perform a multidisciplinary recapitalization or renewal, with the primary benefits being reducing inefficiencies associated with working in occupied space or active buildings. It also minimizes interim life safety measures, construction risks, infection control risk, and utility coordination challenges. It also affords a greater economy of scale. Primary challenges are budget limitations, and in addition, swing space. It's can be exceedingly difficult to vacate a wing or a building in order to do one of these large projects. From a utilities perspective, I'm obviously, many of our organizations have central utility plants, and given one of the approaches that we've found to be effective, given our limited available resources, is to break large projects into multi-year severable annual component projects, each of which project delivers a usable end product. And the benefit of this is it allowed us to spread projects costs over multiple fiscal years, each component project giving a usable end project to emphasize. And it also better informs subsequent projects so that we can learn from an incremental implementation of these component projects. Wanted to speak to our backlog, our deferred maintenance growth. As I mentioned, part of the improved, one of the benefits of the quarterly reporting that we've done is we have improved our tracking of large projects. We're seeing a graph here of the projects that are over $3.5 million threshold that we've been requested to report. Developing these reports and the attributes related to each project has improved the transparency to both HHS, OMB, and the congressional appropriators. It has also helped us improve internal coordination among stakeholders and subject matter experts, including improving coordination between studies, planning, design, construction, and construction-related requirements, thereby ensuring a set of prioritized and shovel-ready projects are balanced with the execution of projects which have been prioritized and are funded for construction. This improved reporting has increased the visibility on projects, allowing NIH to track and coordinate a growing number of projects above that threshold, increasing from 42 in fiscal 21 Q4 to 84 in fiscal 23 Q4. I would like to add that NIH does use a VFA database software to track deferred maintenance and repair. We do surveys that are ongoing on a 4-year recurring cycle. I believe some of the surveys had been deferred somewhat during the pandemic, which you might note could be a part of what is accounting for on our graph here. We've got 3 different values. We've got the total deferred maintenance, we've got decreases, and we've got increases. And you'll see the decrease in 2023 is substantial, which to a large degree is due to a wing project, Building 10, that's that clinical center E-wing renovation being complete, and a large number of survey assessments coming in showing that what were considered deferred maintenance had been resolved. So maintenance was continuing during this period, but the survey assessments were not. And so there's an accumulation of assessments that are hitting our BMAR, which some good news on that is that although we did see our deferred maintenance grow substantially from 2019 to 2022, it does seem to be flattening out somewhat. I'm sure many of us have experienced the cost escalation related to the COVID-19 as well as supply chain impacts and labor availability, which really hit our facilities budgets tremendously, which accounts for the part of the substantial increase that we can see up there on the blue line, which is total deferred maintenance. A couple of takeaways that I'd like to share with y'all is some technologies that NIH has found to be really effective in trying to get ahead of deferred maintenance. And specifically the application of chilled beam technology. We have utilized chilled beam technology now in our E-wing renovation, which was just completed, the F-wing, Building 10 F-wing renovation, which was completed a few years ago, as well as in our Porter Neurological Center. The benefits of the chilled beam technology is that it has been found more efficient. Specifically, the Porter Neuroscience Center is a second building. There was an initial building which has conventional heating and air conditioning. We found a 30% reduction in energy costs utilizing chilled beam technology in the second center. Chilled beam technology is the application of chilled water to cool a room, chilling a beam, and radiant cooling, if you will, as opposed to blowing in cool air. So in blowing in cool air, we found especially in high energy applications, high heat generating applications, particular to research, in historic buildings, oftentimes we have limited space to be able to air duct in adequate cooled air to remove the heat generated by the source, where with chilled beams, that the cooling occurs from chilled water. The slab to slab structural dimensions limit the size of the air duct, which can be utilized to bring in cool air. You're welcome. Thank you for the question. Great question. There's a second tool that we're using now, and that's the application of utility towers. So currently we're designing into our surgery, radiology, and laboratory medicine addition to the clinical center, utility towers in order to bring in utilities, particularly water, chilled water, steam, so that the arteries are not running over the program space. The concern being when you have a large artery such as a 6-inch or 8 or 12-inch chilled water line, if you do have a failure, which can occur ultimately down the road, if you're in a tower, there's less risk to damaging either clinical or laboratory or surgical space. And oftentimes, in existing buildings, we have these arteries running vertically over program space, and a leak there can be devastating, not just to the floor that's located on, but can impact floors beneath. So those are just a couple of observations that we've had at NIH. Any questions? Let's see. Moving forward, to speak towards deferred maintenance and our reduction framework, we have leveraged that VFA database system, as well as which is populated by surveys, assessment surveys, as well as and use deficiency reports, collecting data for projects. And this framework we're using now has a data evaluation step, which we are using to group projects for the Research Facilities Advisory Committee scoring. I mentioned earlier is the primary governing group to score and prioritize our projects. So there are two use cases that this model has been developed for. The initial case is to, in order to generate from our database a set of potential projects. And incidentally, this model is in testing phase right now. It has not been used yet. We're still doing some data testing to ensure that we have reliable information output. But basically, you can input the VFA database data along with a funding allocation. For instance, if we want to look at the opportunity to apply $100 million in FY25, and we want to develop projects for that $100 million, we can put the criticality score, which is based on risk. Each item has a risk number, has a criticality score. We can put project cost thresholds and ceilings. As an example, we may not want to include small projects, $50,000 projects that will be handled not by this building and facilities budget, but by operating and maintenance budget. So we can put a threshold, projects above a certain threshold, but below a certain ceiling in order to target size projects. For instance, we may want to have a ceiling of $15 million, which keeps it within the NIH's authority to execute a project without engaging with HHS. Projects above that cost for repairs, we do a facility project approval agreement. We can also input the maximum number of projects for that tranche of data, as well as an efficiency factor, the efficiency factor being the effectiveness of application of funds to reducing a deferred maintenance item. We have found in many instances that the value that is developed within the database for a deferred maintenance item might be a 50 cents, but it takes $1 worth of effort in order to resolve it. The values in the VFA system, as I understand it, are developed from RS means and do not consider that as work is being done in an active facility. So we put this input into the model, and it will output a list of projects, and we can say the number of projects, and again, the input variable data, and the list of projects will include the total estimated cost average scored, as well as a list associated with each project of deferred items that were not included in that project, in case one, say, looks at a project and says, you know what other deferred items are not included, and actually decides to incorporate some of them because they just make sense. So that's the first use case. The second use case we found to be effective in evaluating when we receive a deficiency report. That's a reported deficiency at a particular facility. We can go into the VFA system and do a search for either co-located or the same discipline repairs that may be needed so that we can try and work to attain some economy of scale by not just doing one, say, $100,000 electrical repair when there's one right next to it that also needs to be repaired, that it just hasn't been reported in an efficiency report, which is in the VFA system. And that has also been found useful. Really, in summary, appreciate the opportunity to present our best practices. We've found and continue to find the application of the NASM consensus finding recommendations to be exceedingly helpful. NIH continues to advocate for funding and consideration of facilities crucial to mission accomplished tools. Project numbers continue to grow, as does deferred maintenance value, which is a vital concern. So NIH continues developing tools to more effectively apply our precious and limited resources to the most meritorious and mission critical projects. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So I'm going to oversimplify things a little bit, but would you recommend that other agencies have third-party assessment of their conditions or operations, generate a report so that they could objectively present to Congress, we need more money?
I would say yes. In simple terms, I would also say that of those 14 recommendations, 2 of them were, or 3 of them were directly, we need more resources. And we have been successful. The progression of our work has been successful. These quarterly briefings to the appropriations staff, which were part of the whole process, beginning with the National Academies study and then evolving. By the way, I needed to mention, we did bring in a consultant. We've been working with Deloitte, who helped with this optimization model. And these various tools and the communication, the transparency with the appropriators, I think has benefited NIH, I know has benefited us, and a growth in the building and facilities appropriation line. So thank you. Yes, we found it to be very useful. Thank you again.
Excellent. I wanted to emphasize that. Any other questions? No, let's give another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to have a short panel of people who are going to summarize the day. This is maybe the hardest panel. Dave Brewer is project manager at Jacobs. He comes from an illustrious career at the Air Force, and I saw his head bobbing quite a bit during the Air Force presentation. He was nodding. And Nick Kanoki, our Director of Technology, has been watching and wants to make some comments also. So this is a free form, and other people are able to make comments, and anybody online would like to chat or even maybe become a panelist, just send a note and we can promote you to panelists. David, why don't you start?
There we go. Can you hear me okay? All right. Very good. So great agenda. What was encouraged by just all of the comments. Also discouraged in that I'm not nearly as smart as anyone that's in here. What a great group. Daniel, thank you for kicking it off with the UN perspective. I think that perspective of that, once construction's over, the realization that 85% of cost happen after that. Everything that even the owners talked about, in my own experiences in the Air Force, is everybody gets excited about putting the new facility in place. They really do. They get super excited about that. Everything gets in the papers, elections are won or lost based on those types of things. But they forget that 20 years from now, and that's what the owners are all dealing with in their presentation, and even 30, 40, 50 years from now. So what did we do from the time the ribbon was cut to that given day. And so that perspective was brought out very well, and I appreciated that very much. My perspective is in the asset management world is from the Air Force's perspective, and so Russell Winiger and I go back a few years. And a lot of the things that resonated from each of the presentations were things that I struggled with. I had to stand up in front of the people that held the money within the commands or within the Air Force and convince them that we needed to make these investments. The goodness was that it wasn't me standing up there. It was the mission that I was representing stood up there. And so one of the things that I would encourage each of you to do as you go back out is how do I, as the engineer or the asset manager, the owner of the facility, and GSAs in case they own the facilities, but they don't necessarily contribute directly to the mission, but they make the mission happen. How do I get the person that really is going to be impacted to stand before the committee and make that commitment and explain that if I don't get this, in case of Army, I'll speak to that. If I don't keep the access to ranges that I need to have, how can I train to go to war? If I don't keep the access to ranges for the Navy and the Air Force, and they're not facilities in the sense, but they're assets. If I don't keep access to that, how do I train to be able to go to war? So having the voice come from, or the message come from the mission owner was one of the lessons that I learned over the years. And then the final thought that I have is that while these are all processes and tools and capabilities that we have, and then some days, and you know, Brian, you can relate to it. Some days it feels like it's happening to you. And with every phone call and every tasker and every chart that you've got to present. But what I encourage you to do, and it sounds what I heard from many of you, is that you got to work for the way to have the process work for you versus to you. Make it be for you and not to you. And sometimes that's hard to separate, especially when you're the person that's having to hand jam the information in. And then they encourage to hear that a lot of the technology that is coming to the fore is being used. The challenge is those silos within those systems and how to be able to communicate what's happening. And Karen, in your case, what's happening at the installation level, how it ties into the bigger picture. And sometimes those are self-imposed silos because you've had to develop some of those tools yourselves versus the energy of the complex being able to do it. So I think we're moving in that direction. I know that we've been had the good fortune to have contact with some of those new systems that are coming out there. Power BI is certainly one of those items that allows us to assimilate a lot of information in a short period of time. But I think that there are other data analysis platforms that are able to take very disparate outputs from very disparate systems and bring them together into a dashboard that makes sense. So those are my thoughts.
Well, thanks, David. And I liked a lot of what you said, but you lied to us. You said you weren't as smart as anyone else in the room, and that part wasn't true. And I'd just like to follow your lead again and thank Daniel for being here as a representative of the UN and talking about the infrastructure handbook and bringing it back a little bit, at least to me, to the true mission, which is quality of life, which is sustainable development goals seem to be promoting. So just bringing it back, starting there, big picture, that's what we're all after. Somebody earlier today said as asset managers, you know, we really care. And I think that's so true. I think we really care and see the big picture and how all the money and all the things support the quality of life that we all want for ourselves and our communities. So I like that focus. And I think we did an amazing job. I think we should all be very proud of what we did here today, which was make very clear that we have a big problem in this country. And it's not unique to an agency. It is a very broad issue. And we showed it time and time again here with good data. And we also showed that there are solutions, that we are not without tools to work against this problem. And now I think the work is to create that will and to make the who and the why, or just the who really clear. You know, we have to marshal our leaders and ourselves to use the tools on these hard problems that are very widespread. And so I just hope that all of you will leave here today empowered to have more conversations about these things and to see how you can be a part of the solution, whatever organization or agency you're a part of and you represent. Thank you.
I think that represents the goals of the Asset Leadership Network. So thank you for those remarks. And David isn't going to let you have the last word. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to play off of what you and Jim have always said. So, and I'll tip a hat to Jack over Asset Managers Care. But I want to ask if now if we're all feel like we're asset managers, how about we take the perspective that we're asset leaders and that we need to carry it to the next level and do that well.
Excellent. You deserve a drink at Carmen's, 425 7th Street. There's still scores of people on line. I know Kimon is not available. Moshe Nelson is ill. And so, yeah, that concludes that. So for those of you online who are in DC, please come over to Carmen's at the end of your day. We're going to have drinks for a while and then have a dinner if you can join us for either one of those. And thank you to the scores of people who are still paying attention online. We appreciate it. And thanks to the audience here. Amelia, look what you started. This may be our best program, and we just really thank you for getting this started. So, all right. And of course, none of this would be possible if Cameron at the National Academies Federal Facility Council didn't